Hello everyone, welcome to Scary Stories with Rain. I'm here to help you relax and drift into a peaceful sleep. If you enjoy the stories, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel. It truly means a lot to me. Iggy love to know where you are listening from and what time it is for you right now. Now, get comfortable and let us begin. Kaleidoscope Nightmares. My earliest memory happened when I was 5 years old, and it was terrifying. The sound of heavy footsteps woke me in the middle of the night. Sometime around 3 a.m., I slipped out of bed, thinking that my dad was getting a midnight snack from the fridge. Maybe an ice cream cookie. As I crept downstairs, I heard a clicking sound and saw the shadow of a hulking man appear on the carpeted living room floor. Click. The shadow vanished into darkness. Counts. The shadow reappeared. Click. It vanished again. "Dad!" I called out. There was no answer. Dad! It must be an intruder, I thought. I considered going back to bed, but my parents' room was downstairs, and I really wanted to wake them. Maybe the intruder wouldn't see me if I walked super slow and quiet. When I got to the foot of the stairs, I felt a rush of relief. Uncle Wyatt. My uncle had been staying with us for the Christmas holiday. He was a quiet, gentle man who always gave good presents. He stood by the front door in his silk pajamas, his body shrouded in shadow. "Uncle Wyatt?" I asked. "What are you doing up?" My uncle didn't respond. He just stood by the front door, his back turned towards me. "Are you okay?" I asked, moving closer. Uncle Wyatt still didn't turn around. Instead, he flicked the light switch. Click. He filled the room with blinding brightness before I could ask him to turn it off. Click. He flipped the switch again, plunging us back into darkness. I laughed nervously. I asked as I crept closer. Uncle Wyatt kept flipping the light switch. The constant shift from bright to dark and back again was disorienting. I thought it might be some sort of trick. It made me angry. "Come on, this isn't funny. Stop it!" I nearly shouted. Just before my uncle went to flip the light back on, I grabbed his arm. He finally turned around to face me, and I saw his eyes. They were wide open, but glazed and unfocused, like he really wasn't looking at anything. I jumped back in alarm. Said, "Are you okay?" My uncle didn't look down at me. His eyes just stared ahead into emptiness, and then he spoke with a voice that I had never heard him use before. It was almost like a child's voice, even though he was a middle-aged man at the time. "The kaleidoscope man is come," he said. "What?" A second later, my uncle grabbed my arms and screamed, his eyes still unfocused. "The kaleidoscope man! The kaleidoscope man!" He kept screaming this as tears rolled down his cheeks. By this point, my parents were up. They rushed into the living room and pulled us apart. "Wyatt," my father shouted. "Wake up!" He slapped his brother. Uncle Wyatt's eyes finally focused on his surroundings. He blinked, looking around, confused. His voice returned to normal as he said, "Adu what? What's everybody doing?" "How you were doing it again," my father said, annoyed. "Oh, I am so sorry," Uncle Wyatt said, looking down at me. His eyes were soft and caring now. "I hope I didn't scare you, Logan. I was scared shitless, and despite my fear, the whole experience eventually led to my profession." It turned out my uncle was sleepwalking and having a night terror, and Wyatt had been suffering from these sleep disorders for at least 10 years by then. Like every other time, he had no memory of the incident and no idea what the kaleidoscope man meant either. I asked my uncle about it later. "Oh, people who do this sometimes say weird things that don't make sense." Uncle Wyatt told me. "It's just nonsense. It didn't mean anything." My uncle lived a hard life. Not long after this incident, he shot himself. I didn't find out the truth until years later. For the longest time, my parents told me that he had passed away in his sleep from a stroke. Little did I know that Uncle Wyatt rarely, if ever, got a whole night's sleep. He had worked at a physics lab called Oak Ridge National Laboratory when he was younger, and he was the only survivor of an explosion at the facility. Someone at the lab had accidentally overloaded the electrical system, causing a massive power surge on the fourth floor, where Wyatt and 20 others were working. All of them died in the initial blast, except for my uncle. He was the only one inside a lead-line storage room when it had happened. Even though the event didn't physically harm Wyatt's body, it left him permanently disabled, battling a host of issues from severe tinnitus to PTSD and survivor's guilt. And these, in part, led to numerous sleep disorders, like those that nearly made me crap my pants that cold December night when I was 5. As I grew older, I researched parasomnia such as sleepwalking, and I grew obsessed with them. I read everything from Freud's The Interpretation of Dreams to Why We Sleep by Matthew Walker to countless Reddit posts where people describe their most vivid nightmares. I received my RPS-GT from the American Academy of Sleep Medicine and eventually became certified as a polysomnographic technologist. Basically, I worked with doctors to evaluate and treat sleep disorders by conducting and analyzing overnight sleep studies. I worked at a place called UT Sleep Disorders Center in Knoxville, Tennessee. It was a small, windowless medical office with a monitoring room, a bathroom, and 3 bedrooms. I typically saw 3 patients a night, ranging in age from 8 to 89. I worked 5 nights a week from 8 p.m. to 7 a.m., sleeping or trying to sleep during the day. My friends joked that I was a vampire. Sometimes I wondered if I was becoming one. I didn't have a wife or kids, and I didn't even have a girlfriend. My profession wasn't all that conducive to a healthy romantic relationship, but still, I loved my job. I was obsessed with trying to understand the mysteries of our subconscious life. We still know so little about something that takes up a third of our existence, and my work helped thousands of people get a better night's sleep. I defeated many boogeymen plaguing children's nightmares. I saved people's sanity. I saved marriages. I helped save lives. Honestly, I would have continued my work until my dying day were it not for one patient. They arrived at 8:30 p.m. on a Tuesday. I met the father first. He reminded me of an accountant verging on a breakdown. The man was bleary-eyed, still in his drab office attire and carrying a duffel bag. "Hi, I am Mason. Is this the sleep place?" he asked. "Yeah, I am Lo," I said. "I'll be running the sleep study, and you are the patients." "Oh no, it's for my daughter, Harper." At that moment, a 16-year-old girl entered the front office. If her father looked sleep-deprived, this girl was phantomesque from insomnia. "Harper, introduce yourself," her father said. "I? Pike." Harper barely looked up from her iPhone as she spoke. She had a golf vibe, dressed in all black pajamas with jet black hair and bangs that almost covered her eyes. I could see the distress bubbling behind her pale face. She was holding in a lot of anxiety, always for whatever havoc I might wreak tonight, she said. "Oh, that's okay. I'm all rested and ready to handle anything that comes my way," I said. This wasn't quite true. At that time, I had been suffering from mild insomnia. I kept waking up from a nightmare. I couldn't remember what it was about, but it always left me drenched in sweat and wide-eyed, clutching a pillow to my chest. Afterwards, I struggled to fall back asleep. Let me show you both to your rooms." I gave Mason and Harper a quick tour of the facility. Harper was my only patient for the night. She would be staying in room number 1 with all the sleep study equipment, while her father slept in room 2. It's required for a parent or parental guardian to stay overnight when the patient is a minor. If there is anything you need, I'll be right across the hall. Mason told his daughter as he set his stuff down. "Ma, you should get a full night's sleep for one." Harper told her dad, "I am sure the doctor here can handle it. I'll let you know if I need any help." I told Mason, and I am not actually a doctor. I am a polysomnographer. A poly what? I explained my job as I led Harper into her room. I am going to place a series of devices on you that will study you while you sleep. A shelf full of monitoring equipment lay next to the bed, all of which was needed for a complete analysis. Once Mason had entered the room, dressed in his pajamas, I began my setup. I started by applying an O2 sensor to Harper's finger. "This will measure your oxygen levels while you sleep," I explained, and then I gave Harper a belt to place on her chest and just beneath her breasts. "What's this one do?" "That's an EKG for your heart rate," I said. "Oh, she's been waking us up every night," screamed Mason explained. "Sometimes she's up and moving around, slamming cupboard doors or babbling nonsense." "Will these gadgets tell me what's wrong?" Harper asked. "I can't diagnose your problem," I said. "That's for your primary care physician. But these monitors, along with my analysis, will provide your full sleep architecture, so Dr. Ellis can hopefully figure out what's going on." A sleep architecture. It's what we call the pattern and duration of different sleep stages throughout the night, I explained. "My doc says that I have a lot of parasomnia," Harper said. "I used to sleep just fine." "When did these parasomnias start?" I asked, looking at her father. I placed an oxygen cannula around Harper's face, sticking the tubes into her nostrils. "This will check your breathing." "They started about a month ago," Mason said, "and they've been getting worse each week. They used to only happen once a night, but now she'll get up 4 or 5 times at least, sleepwalking or screaming or both. My wife and I often find her messing with the light switches, turning them on and off." And Mason said, "But you haven't seen anyone as messed up as me," Harper said. "Harper," her father admonished her. "Oh, I've seen plenty of strange case," I said, as I affixed a snoring sensor to Harper's neck and EMG sensors to her legs and chin to measure muscle movement and tension. "People with sleep paralysis. That's where you are awake but unable to move. I've seen folks who act out their dreams. It's most common in men over 50. I've even seen exploding head syndrome. That's where a loud sound snaps you awake. The noise isn't coming from the outside world, but from inside your head. Some people hear cymbals crashing, others hear an explosion." And Harper looked nervous as I rattled off the numerous horrors of our subconscious mind. So did her father. "But the point is, what you are experiencing is nothing new," I said, smiling. "We'll be able to capture it and find a way to get you back to a good night's rest." I grabbed a tangle of wires with electrodes on their ends. "Oh, okay, now I am going to paste these little sensors all over your scalp. Don't worry, the paste will come out the next time you shower." "What are they for?" "An ain't," I explained. "These will measure your brain waves so that we can see what sleep state you are in. Like if I am dreaming or not." Exact. As I began the long process of placing the electrodes on Harper's scalp, I decided to change the subject. "What are you studying in school?" "Mostly boring shit," Harper said. Mason gave his daughter another dagger stare for the cursing. "But I am in the AV club, which is really cool. They have an old red camera that we can borrow for our projects." Harper said her YouTube channel is really popular, Mason said. "She's got 1 million followers." "Oh, it's more like a few 100,000. Wow. That's still really impressive," I said. "I don't think I've ever received more than 12 likes on something that I posted online." "What's the channel called?" "Ruling Chipped," Harper said, offering no further information. "Adi, it's her and a few other girls who do short documentaries on abandoned places in the Knoxville area. Her father chimed in. They go through the history of each site and why it closed. She started it for a school project. Isn't that right? Yeah, Harper said. Very cool, I remarked. And she's super talent, Mason said proudly. One day you'll be seeing my daughter win Best Documentary at the Oscar. Date Harper said, irritated. I'll have to check it out some, I said as I finished affixing the electrodes. And don't forget to like and subscribe, Mason said. Dat? Now Harper was really annoyed. What? Isn't that what you always say? Yeah, but like a million times less Len. Okay, these go right beside your eyes. I told Harper, holding out 2 electrodes. They'll check when you are in REM sleep. And do you know what that is? When do I have nightmares? Harper asked. Well, it's when you dream. I don't have dreams anymore, only nightmares. She wakes up screaming. Her father offered. Do you ever remember these nightmares? I asked. No, Harper said softly. It seemed like she had shrunk back into her shell in the last 30 seconds. I just remember feeling really anxious. Well, if you have any nightmares tonight, I'm going to come in and wake you up, I said. And I'll ask you what you were dreaming about while it's still fresh in your mind. Maybe we'll be able to figure out what's giving you such a hard time. Okay, thanks. And one last thing. I pointed to a security camera high on the wall, facing the bed. That camera is going to record you through the whole night, okay? So I'll be able to see if you are sleepwalking, or have night terrors, or any other disturbances. If you do, I'll come in and make sure that you get safely back into bed, and your father will be right across the hall if you are ever scared or need him for anything. Okay. Harper nodded. She looked tense, staring at the bed as if it were a dark cave. Now, just get comfortable, or as comfortable as you can with all these wires on you. I know they're a bit much, I explained. Your father and I are going to leave the room now. You can read or listen to music for a bit to relax, but I would like you to turn the lights out and try to get some sleep by no later than 9:45 or 10. Okay, sure. Harper looked at her father worried. You look like a cyborg with all those wires, Mason said, and tried to lighten the mood. Harper smirked, pretending to be one of the board from Star Trek. You will assimilate. Mason laughed. Harper handed him her cell phone. Ivan, here, get a picture of me. Mason took a series of photos while I returned to the monitoring station to ensure that all the sensors were capturing data. The station consisted of 3 separate computer screens, 2 of which displayed a series of graphs tracking all of Harper's sleep, architecture, heart rate, O2, eye movement, muscle tension, etc., while the third showed the night vision CCTV feed. The graphs were simple, consisting of lines that ran continuously across the screen with occasional peaks or valleys. At least that's how they looked to the average person. But to my trained eyes, those graphs might as well have been a 3D picture of the sleeper. I had become so attuned to all the little fluctuations that I didn't even need to check the camera feed to know what sleep stage my patient had entered or what parasomnia they were experiencing. By 9:30, Harper was alone in the dark, reading something on her phone while lying in bed. Her heart rate had dropped to 64 beats per minute. Her muscles had relaxed and her eyelids appeared heavy. The EEG showed her brainwaves slowing down. She was entering N1, the first stage of sleep. This transition usually takes between 10 and 20 minutes. When I checked the night vision camera a few minutes later, Harper's phone had fallen flat on her chest as her hand released it. She was officially asleep. The first couple of hours were perfectly normal. Harper's readings couldn't have been any better. Her heart rate, breathing, and brain waves showed that she had entered a state of deep sleep. right on schedule. Perhaps the family's persomnia worries were overblown. Plenty of my previous patients believed their condition was far worse than it really was. As the time dragged on, I popped my personal laptop onto the desk beside the sleep study monitors, and I checked my email, and the monitoring system would alert me if any anomalous readings began to appear. I don't know when exactly, but at some point I opened up YouTube. I often listened to chill music flit means from the site on my headphones while I worked, as if the algorithm had been listening to my earlier conversation. I noticed a suggested video from Harper's YouTube channel, Ruined Chicks, on the main page. It was titled Abandoned Mental Asylum. Oddly enough, somebody had posted the video only 2 hours earlier. It had 0 views, and curious. I clicked on it. The video was about an abandoned psychiatric hospital called Lakeshore Mental Health Institute, nestled in the foothills of the Great Smoky Mountains near Knoxville. Harper narrated its history as a series of old photos scrolled across the screen in a Ken Burns-style documentary. The hospital was a massive brick structure built in the style of an old English manor, complete with tall bay windows and Gothic stonework. It had a nice view of the forested valley below. Lakeshore began as a convalescent home for people suffering from consumption in the 1880s and later took on patients with various mental illnesses. It remained a working psychiatric facility for almost a century, finally closing its doors in 2012 due to budget cuts and a lack of patients. The cost to maintain such a remote facility was too great for most people to afford, and the grants that they had relied on for decades had finally dried up afterwards. Many companies tried to turn Lakeshore into a luxury hotel. All failed. Most projects fell through due to financial mismanagement, leading many to believe that the site was cursed. Others believed it was haunted. Some would-be developers complained about strange noises in the building, including a scraping sound within its crumbling walls, an errant scream from the basement, and the persistent feeling of being watched when inside its cavernous hallways. The Discovery Channel and the History Channel aired ghost hunting episodes dedicated to the Lakeshore, and many YouTubers had also visited it. To date, no one has ever found any evidence of a true haunt. Harper said in the video. From her narration, it was clear that she was a caramel skeptic, and the supposed ghosts that people claimed to see were never even patients, much less died there. The second half of the video showed Harper at Lakeshore in the present day while one of her high school friends filmed her. They visited the building in broad daylight, the sun shining brightly overhead, but even then the place exuded an eerie creepiness. It's like a big sore on the hillside, the camera person said. Makes my skin crawl just looking at it. Oh, I know, it's wondrous, Harper said. Ada, let's get some shots of me walking around it. The camera followed Harper as she toured Lakeshore's exterior. The asylum was a skeletal relic of its former self. All its doors and windows were boarded up, its roof half caved in, and green vines covered its brick walls like some kind of giant fungal infection. It's weird, Harper said as she stared at the decaying structure. This place feels familiar, almost like I've been here before. Uh-oh, is the famous skeptic having a haunted experience? Harper laughed hardly. Oh, she stopped by the back entrance. Look at that. Someone, or something, had pulled a few boards loose, exposing a dark passageway into the building. And zoom in there. Harper pointed excitedly to the opening. The camera zoomed in but revealed nothing more than pitch blackness. I'll give you $100 to film in there, Harper said, even if it's just for a few seconds. Are you crazy? Her friend said. I wouldn't do that for $1,000. Besides, they said we could only film outside. Okay, fine, give me the pen, Harper said. No, wait, what are you planning? Just give it to me. Harper snatched the camera and the wheels suddenly shifty. If we want our videos to go viral, we have to be willing to take some risks. Harper crouched down until she was level with the dark hole. The entrance was just big enough for her to squeeze through. I could hear her friend pacing with worry nearby. Poor Harper, wait, Mia said on screen. Harper's hand brushed aside some hanging vines and then she entered the building. I paused the video and looked up from my laptop. Harper's sleep readings had shifted dramatically in the last few seconds. Heart rate up, increased muscle tension, rapid oxygen intake. Her brain waves were spiking too. And then I checked the night vision camera feed. Harper was out of bed, facing the nightstand. She kept turning the bedside lamp on and off, on and off. Her eyes appeared open, but unfocused, and she was clearly sleepwalking. I got up and rushed down the hall to Harper's room, gingerly opening the door so as to not startle her. Harper was still flipping the lamp on and off as I crept into the room. The constant change in light was disorienting. My eyes never had a chance to adjust to the gloom, and I kept getting momentarily blinded when Harper turned the lamp back on. Click, click, click. Harper, wake up! The girl showed no response. She stared at the wall blankly as she continued turning the lamp off and on. Harper. I walked towards her at a slow and measured pace. Harper, it's time to wake up. Still no response. Harper's eyes had never shifted and never found their focus. She didn't even blink. I was almost on top of her now. The lamplight was blinding. How is it not affecting her eyes? I wondered. You should always be gentle when waking a sleepwalker. You don't want to disorient or upset them. It could make the situation worse. To Harper, I reached out my hand. It's time to wake up. As soon as my fingertips brushed her shoulder, Harper's eyes found me. There was something off about her stare, like she was staring through me rather than at me. He's come, she whispered, breathing heavily. Who? Harper mumbled a response too faint to decipher. I moved closer. Who's coming? The kaleidoscope man. The kaleidoscope man. I jumped back, nearly falling to the floor. Harper kept screaming as Mason rushed into the bedroom, flipping on all the lights. What's happening? She's having a night terror. I shouted over the screams. Mason and I grabbed a hold of Harper's arms, trying to calm her down. Harper, Harper, come back to us, honey. Seconds later, Harper's screams ceased and her eyes shut. She coughed a bit. Her voice was hoarse from all the shouting. What? Harper looked up at her father and me, wiping tears from her cheeks. Oh no, I did it again, didn't I? It's okay, hun, Mason said. You are safe now. Everything's okay. Do you remember anything that just happened? I asked. Oh, Harper said, confused. What was I doing? You were flipping the lamp on and off again, I said. And then when I tried to wake you, you mentioned something about a kaleidoscope man. Kaleidoscope man? She's mentioned that before, Mason said. He looked at me worried. Do you think it means anything? What? No, it's just the subconscious firing off random information. It's meaningless. A night terror vocalition. Because you looked kind of strange when she said that just now, Mason said what sweat beaded on my forehead and my pulse quickened. The thing about the kaleidoscope, man. It's like you recognized it or something, Harper said. Both of them were staring at me now. Do they know something that I don't? I wondered, did I mention Uncle Wyatt and his night terrors earlier? It's just I hadn't heard that one before. I said, it caught me off guard. Mason turned to his daughter. You need to get back to sleep, honey. Yeah, I know. Harper looked worried. Mason and I helped her lie back down, adjusting the wires from the monitoring devices so that she'd be more comfortable in the bed. People who suffered from night terrors were usually worried about going back to sleep. especially children, but Harper's level of fear was worse than any that I had ever seen before. "It'll be okay," I told her. "Your father and I are right here. We'll make sure that you don't accidentally hurt yourself." "It's not me that I'm worried about hurting," Harper said. "What if I do something to someone else?" She looked up at her father. Mason choked back tears. "I could tell this whole mess was killing him. Being unable to help his baby girl." He stroked Harper's hair. "Do you could never? Can you stay here for a bit?" she asked. "Then it'll help me relax." "Sure." We stayed by the bed for another 10 minutes. I turned the lamp light low, and it barely illuminated the room, casting most of it in a deep purple shadow. We were quiet. Harper lay on her side, breathing deeply, while Mason held her hand. She finally started to relax. I noticed her jaw slacken, and she was asleep again. Mason returned to his bedroom, while I turned off the lamp and went back to the monitoring station. Harper's graphs were all normal when I arrived back at my desk, and they indicated that she would soon enter REM sleep, the time of dreaming. Her eyelid monitor was already spiking hopefully. She won't have any nightmares. Her night terror, like all night terrors, occurred during non-REM sleep at stage 4, the deepest and most restorative stage. Stage 4 is a time when the brain and body are almost completely turned off. The closest that we come to death in our sleep, technically. Harper wasn't having a nightmare when she got up and started messing with the lamp, and yet, when she had mentioned the kaleidoscope man, it was like she was remembering something she had just seen, something vivid, something from a nightmare. In my experience, people just mumbled incoherently, screamed, and even grunted while having night terrors. The only other time I had heard somebody speak so clearly was that night that I found Uncle Wyatt, and he used those exact words. I must have told Harper about my uncle, I thought, probably when she was talking about her previous persomnia experiences. It's the only way to explain such a unique term tied to my past. But I couldn't remember ever mentioning it, and years after my uncle's suicide, I had asked my father more about Wyatt's strange behavior during his night terrors, particularly that term, the kaleidoscope man. "Do you have any idea where he could have gotten that from?" I had asked. "Oh, your uncle suffered a traumatic brain injury. My father told me that can cause people to say or do things that make no sense, even when they're completely awake. When we had first visited Wyatt in the hospital after the explosion, he couldn't really communicate. We'd ask him a simple question like, 'Do you want some water?' And he would respond with a weird phrase like, 'The river flows only upward.' We could tell that he was trying to communicate, but the words were coming out all wrong. One of the things he said most often was, 'The kaleidoscope man. Does that hurt, Wyatt?' 'The kaleidoscope man hurts,' he would say. 'Can you squeeze your right hand for me, Wyatt?' He would stare at the nurse and respond, 'Tight, tight. The kaleidoscope man, tight.' No one knew the origin of the term. Doctors suggested it was something from his early childhood, like a cartoon character. But I watched all the same cartoons with him, and I don't ever remember one called that. Maybe it was something from his work. I had asked my father, Chi. No, none of his co-workers recognized it, but I thought that all of his co-workers died in the explosion. Well, his immediate co-workers, yes, but there were plenty of other people who worked on other floors at that physics lab, and they knew about the work that Wyatt's team was doing. It had nothing to do with kaleidoscopes or prisms or anything like that. What were they working on? I'd asked. They were experimenting with something called quantum nodules, I think, tending to find a new state of matter. It all sounded like Greek to me, my father had said. As I grew older, I looked up the place where Uncle Wyatt worked. Oak Ridge National Laboratory. I read every online article that I could find about the research facility, from Wikipedia to scholarly journals to random Reddit posts. They said the lab had studied phenomena such as electron diffraction, atomic spectra, and quantum tunneling, whatever those meant. But there was one field of study that stood out. It was never confirmed, just a rumor posted on message boards. The rumor was that Oak Ridge National Laboratory was trying to produce dark matter via a high-energy couple, a machine that pushes particles to their very limits, supposedly. This experiment caused the explosion that blew up the 4th floor, the one Wyatt had barely survived. Some Redditors even claimed it had ripped a hole in the fabric of reality, letting some kind of dark energy, slip silently into our world, or so the rumor goes. I found no evidence of a Carl in any official article about Oak Ridge National Laboratory. If one existed, it would have been massive, taking up miles of space and costing billions of dollars. It wouldn't have fit on one floor of their building. I came to a definitive conclusion years ago. A power surge had caused the explosion, and nothing more. Life isn't always some grand conspiracy. I checked the sleep monitors. Everything was back to normal. Harper was still in stage 4, her heart rate and breathing at their lowest levels so far. Good. Hopefully that night terror earlier was the last of tonight's entertainment, I thought. Speaking of entertainment, my eyes fell upon the Ruined Chicks YouTube video that I was playing earlier. It was still paused at the moment that Harper entered the Lakeshore Mental Health Institute. Who would have posted that video? And why tonight, I thought. Was it one of the other girls on her team? Did Harper even know about the post? She didn't mention it earlier when we were talking about her channel. And why post something where they were clearly breaking the law? I would tell Harper about this when she woke up tomorrow morning. I didn't want her to get in trouble, but for now I clicked play on the YouTube video, and the footage continued from Harper's pub as she entered the pitch-black interior of Lakeshore Mental Health Institute. There was some coughing. Then Harper clicked on a camera-mounted light, illuminating the crumbling foyer. Millions of dust motes danced in the air. "What do you see?" her friend asked from outside. Nodder. Harper coughed some more. "Just old junk." She panned the camera around, revealing broken and rotten furniture, chairs, shelves, wardrobes. Harper walked forward, entering a hallway connected to the foyer. "Don't go too far." Her friend's voice was barely audible on the tape. "I am just going to take a quick look around," Harper responded. Her camera light shone upon a series of decaying prison cells connected to the hall. All of them were open. There was one room every dozen yards or so on the left side of the passageway. Most rooms were empty, save for a rusty bed frame or a mildewed sheet. I could hear Harper's breathing increase as she ventured down the hall. She sounded scared, but she kept going. It was almost as if something was compelling her to continue. As soon as her camera lit up its interior, she gasped. Someone had scrawled complex mathematical equations and crude drawings all over the walls in black crayon. Many images were violent, stick figure beheadings and amputations, machine guns firing a hail of bullets, a mushroom cloud. Other drawings were straight out of a horror show. People with extra arms and heads spouting from their bodies, a disembodied mouth full of row upon row of sharp teeth like a shark's jaws. Whoever stayed in this cell was both a madman and a genius. The image became jittery. Harper's hand must have been shaking as she held the camera. Her breathing quickened. "Get the hell out of there," I said aloud, as if Harper were inside the hospital at that moment and not sleeping peacefully down the hall. Thankfully, Harper didn't enter the cell, but her camera fell upon a manila folder lying on the floor next to the doorway. She grabbed this folder and ran out of the building. It took a moment for the camera to adjust to the bright sunshine outside. The pleasant mountainside couldn't have been more different from the oppressive darkness that Harper had just left. "What the hell were you doing in there for so long?" Harper's friend asked. as she came outside. She was on the verge of panic, holding her iPhone. I was about to call the cops. Harper handed the camera back to her friend. "Hey, it's okay. I am fine. Here, film this." The pabo shifted to show Harper holding the mildewy folder that she had grabbed. "I think these are medical records." She was correct, and my jaw dropped when I saw the patient's name on the cover. Wyatt Harlan. Harper opened the folder. There was my uncle's photo, but it was all wrong. He was wrinkled and balding. Wisps of gray hair stuck to his liver-spotted head. Wyatt had grown old, impossibly old, for somebody who had died at the age of 40, and Harper flipped through the pages. Whoa! It says here he disemboweled a man. They found him eating the man in his apartment. Disgusting. My parents had lied. Uncle Wyatt had never killed himself. He was locked away in a mental institution for murder. He spent decades there, and nobody in our family had ever visited him. Harper read from one of the many doctor's reports in the folder. The subject exhibits signs of paranoid delusion, combined with schizophrenia and megalomania, to be an interdimensional being that he calls the kaleidoscope man who controls him in his sleep. Yo, this is some wild stuff. How had Harper not mentioned any of this earlier? Especially after I had asked her about the kaleidoscope man. Did she forget this whole event had happened? In the video, Harper kept flipping through the pages. Looks like they didn't know how to treat him. He bounced around from one facility to the next before he landed here. A patient suffers from sleepwalking, often turns the lights on and off in his sleep in a specific pattern. A specific pattern like Morse code. Her friend asked. I paused the YouTube video, my hands shaking. This was too much. I mean, this can't be real, I thought. I went over to the monitor that was recording Harper's sleep. I rewound the footage to the beginning of her sleepwalking night terror incident. I watched Harper slip out of bed and then turn the lamp on and off, on and off. It was a pattern. I pulled out a notepad to jot it down. There were times she quickly turned the light on that could correspond to a Morse code dot, and then there were times that she would leave it on for a few seconds before switching off, a Morse code dash. I had to rewatch the whole sequence a few times to get the pattern. Dot, dot, dash, dot, 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 dot. And then the cycle repeated over and over. Perhaps the girl from the video was correct. Could it be Morse code? If it was, a quick Google search revealed the answer. It was a single word, dot dot dash dot 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 dash dot, translated to feed, feed. All of a sudden, I heard beeping again. Harper's sleep monitors were going haywire, brainwaves spiking, heartbeat racing, muscle tension at maximum. If this were a parasomnia, it was the biggest one that I had ever seen. I switched the night vision camera footage back to its live feed. Harper was out of bed again, eyes wide and blank. She started ripping the sleep monitoring devices from her body, tearing out clumps of hair as she removed the electrodes from her scalp, and then the camera feed was cut out. I jumped out of my chair and rushed down the hall to her bedroom. Harper, but she wasn't there. All of her monitoring devices lay on the floor. She had removed them lightning quick. And Harper. A scream pierced the quiet, but it wasn't Harper's scream, it was a man's scream. I ran across the hall, ripping open the door to Mason's bedroom. It was so bright that I immediately shut my eyes, fearing that I would go blind. "May?" I called out. No response. "Why are the walls red? Did they repaint the room?" "Maine." I called out again. "What's going on?" "W, here is Harper." The screams were so loud that they rattled my brain. I had never heard such agony before. It was guttural, almost animalistic. I had to see what was going on, and so I cracked open my eyes just a sliver. The light felt like it was burning my retinas. Mason lay in bed, soaked in blood. Blood covered everything in the room, even the walls, now repainted in death. There was so much blood, too much for just one person, and it was all flowing up towards the ceiling, as if gravity had suddenly reversed. The river flows only upward. My uncle's words echoed in my head. "Please make it stop," Mason cried. Harper stood over her father. I saw her bloodied arms pulling out his intestines like she was coiling a slimy rope. It was so methodical, so lifeless, Harper. But when I tried to look at her face, I only saw a series of brilliantly colored lights, constantly shifting between fractal patterns, too bright to focus on and too complex to comprehend. I nearly went blind when I saw that face. I mean, I could feel my sanity slipping away. The whole world was suddenly too much to handle, too frightening to be real. I screamed and screamed and screamed, and woke up screaming on the bloody floor. Mason's pale, lifeless body staring at me. They say I never had a patient named Harper, only a man named Mason. He came in that night for a routine sleep study. They say that I was suffering from insomnia, that I hadn't had a whole night's sleep in weeks, perhaps even months. They say they found me lying next to Mason, my arms wrapped around his intestines, a bloodied knife on the floor. I told them about the kaleidoscope man and my Uncle Wyatt. They noted my family history of psychosis. I told them about Harper in the YouTube video at Lakeshore. They reminded me that Harper never existed and that I was now at Lakeshore, just like my uncle. They locked me up in here, told me that I would likely never return to the outside world, but I would get better in time with the proper medicine and treatment. But they don't see him visit me each night, whispering commands. They lock me up in his cell, but they don't know all the doorways hidden in the dark corners of this world, and how many of them open when we sleep. Something lurks within my family. Lord, forgive me if I'm all over the place. The sheriff wanted me to jot down everything that had happened, or at least everything that I can describe. They were kind enough to get me one of them assistive keyboards to type this all out. Even getting everything out there, I'm not sure they're going to believe me, but they ain't got a choice. I know what I heard. I won't be able to forget what I heard. See, I live with my family over in the woods. We got a lot of square acreage, so we ain't got much neighbors actually. None, I guess, but we ain't lonely with me. Ma, Pa, Grammy, my siblings Levi and Lila, Uncle Clyde, Aunt Nora, and my cousins June, Belle, and Daisy. We got a full house. It's a lot of work to keep a farm running, and we need all hands on deck. Only I can help as much as I want to, on account of me being blind. Pa says I do more than enough, but I still try to help wherever I can anyway. Everything started this morning. Everything started off normal. Rooster crows got me up, and I got ready for the day, heading downstairs to help Ma with breakfast. The smell of syrup and fresh bacon led me right to her. I remember hearing Pa say, "Good morning," his voice always reminding me of a far-off storm with its rumbling. I'm gonna miss hearing him speak, "Morning, Pa." I replied back to him, "Everyone else still sleeping? Nah, Wyatt, your cousins are out with the cows." I tried waking your siblings up, but they'd sleep like the dead if they don't get their breakfast first. Alma pitched in, her voice like the soft ring of a wind chime. "Well, I'm almost done here, so they should come barreling down soon." On cue, the rapid, clumsy footsteps alerted me of my incoming brother and sister. "Morning, Pa, Ma, Wyatt." Whenever my older brother Levi spoke, it felt like his mouth was racing to get out what he wanted to say before his mind was made up on the words my younger sister Lila, however, was more gentle. "Ma, can I have some orange juice?" I helped my mom get Lila a glass of juice, and breakfast went on as normal. We talked about nothing in particular, just what needed to get done for the day, what the weather would be like, normal, nothing stuff. The first sign of something wrong was when Aunt Nora came in. Her voice was always yipping, like a small dog. "Any y'all seen Clyde?" "Is that lazy Sunuva gun still sleeping?" she chirped as I could hear her walk towards the stairs. "Clyde, Clyde, get on down. We got things to do too. I winced as she called for my uncle. By then, I would usually heard his hobbling steps down the stairs. My uncle had a bit of a limp, so it was easy to know when he was coming. Says it was from a war, but it was always a different war when you asked about it. He had a rhythm on how he walked. The thump, you know. Only this time I knew something was off. I heard him coming down the steps, and it sounded normal, thump, thump, no hobble. I was expecting the voice of a man who smoked too many cigarettes with a bit of a wheeze to it. What I heard was a really good impression of that voice. Sorry, Hun alarm didn't get me up on time. No one acted funny when he spoke. But I know I stood up straight, hearing it. I was sure that wasn't my Uncle Clyde. I can tell you what was different. It was like if a famous celebrity impersonator imitated someone. Hard to tell it different. But there was something different. Everyone else seemed unbothered, going about their morning. The front door loudly swung open as Aunt Linda cussed out Uncle Clyde. As he passed by me, another piece of the puzzle wasn't matching up. He smelled different. No, hold on. He did smell different. He smelled like nothing. That ain't right either. He took away smell. As he walked by me, it was like the smells of the kitchen faded away and returned when he was far enough past. I should spoke up and said to Pa that something was wrong with Uncle Clyde, but I don't know if it would have made much of a difference with how the rest of the day shook out. I took off to grab the eggs from the chicken coop, listening to the symphony of clucks and feathers ruffling as I did my duties. The distant rumble of thunder marked rain, just like the change in the air pressure. After I filled the basket, I made my way over to my cousins by the barn to see if they needed any help as well. It was easy to get a bead, for where they were they never stopped talking, always chattering about something or other. Usually, boys, morning, June bell, Daisy, I stated as I got closer. "Oh hey, morning, Wyatt!" Daisy had a higher-pitched voice than June Bell, like she was always eagerly about to slip out a piece of gossip she had on the tip of her tongue. "But we almost finished up with the cows now. Could use a pair of hands." "Sure, can do." I smiled, finding a hay bale to sit on as I waited for them to finish. "What about Damien?" June Bell asked, as I listened to the sound of milk filling a container. "Gross?" June Bell. "Here nasty." "I'd you rather kiss Maybelle here?" Daisy scoffs. There was the sound of a palm on a large hide, and the moo of Miss Maybelle. Daisy laughed. "See? Maybelle agrees." "Well, I think he likes you," teased June Bell. She shifted footsteps, moving into the barn. "I'll be right back. Maybe use the restroom." The noise of her steps echoed into the barn, punctuated by the sound of the bathroom door closing, leaving me alone with Daisy. "What about you, Wyatt? What about me?" I stammered, feeling my cheeks grow hot. "Come on, ain't there a girl that always helping? You carry your books and stuff," she pressed. Before I could deny anything, there was a loud clatter from the bathroom, with a muffled yelp from within. "June Bell, you good?" I asked, hopping off of the hay bale. "I'm good. Floor was a little slippery is all," she yelled back, muffled from within the bathroom. The door creaked open and her footsteps approached us. Despite the muggy summer heat, a chill ran through me when she passed by. My sense of smell dimmed, just like with my uncle earlier. I wanted to mention something about it to her, but she cut off my train of thought before it could leave my mouth. "Say, Wyatt, Why don't you go check up with your mom? She am probably going to need your help with your gran. Thinking back to how she spoke, I can tell you what's wrong with it. It was a little too proper. There was also almost a faint buzzing to her words, like television static or something like that. She also said grandma, which was weird, 'cause we all called her Grammy. You sure? I asked, feeling in my bones that something was wrong. I felt her place something large and metallic in my hands. Of course I am sure. Go on and bring that milk in. Me and Daisy will be in for lunch in a little bit. Just need to take care of a few more things before the rain rolls in. She tried to reassure me, unable to justify my concerns. I did what she asked, hauling the milk container back to the main house, following the worn path back up to the house. As I approached, the door creaked open, then the voice of Ma, soft through the air. Right on time. Wyatt, come on, give it here. Then we go make sure Grammy mo all right. I moved into the kitchen, helping Ma put everything in its place. With so many hungry working people in the house, it seemed almost like she was tethered to the kitchen, always making sure the next feast was ready to go on time. Being near Ma brought me comfort. She always smelled like home cooking. She handed me a small bowl of soup, and we set off. As we climbed up the stairs to Grammy Maroon, I couldn't shake off the weirdness of the day. Did Uncle Clyde look different today? I had to ask, since everything else about him was so off. What do you mean, hun? Ma's voice twisted slightly in confusion or curiosity. I mean, I don't know. Different. He sounded like maybe he was sick or something earlier, and he usually don't sleep in that late. I felt stupid bringing anything up. Well, can't say I noticed anything different though. I guess he did look like he was standing up a little straighter. I don't think he took his cane out with him either. Can't believe he has not come back in for it yet. Ma mused out loud as we came to my Grammy door. She knocked on the door frame. We usually kept the door open so anyone could see how she was doing as they passed by. Gertie, me and Wyatt brought some soup. You hungry? Ma asked, with the gentleness of a warm blanket after a cold, muddy day. There was the familiar sound of her rocking chair squeaking back and forth. Though, with how old Grammy was, it might been her bones making the creaking noise. Starved, dearie. Come on over here, Levi. Grammy me, famished. Grammy, her voice rattled like her vocal cords had holes in them. She often mistook me for my brother. I followed her voice, handing her the steaming bowl. I felt her leathery hands on mine. You're a good kid, she wheezed. A melodic ding went off downstairs. Ma shifted behind me. Oh, that and the cornbread. Ma jumped up, and I heard her move through the room. A solid thump almost reverberated in the room as Ma cussed before composing herself. Damn mirror really need to move this thing. She huffed. Wyatt, you don't mind keeping your Grammy company for a moment, do you? Sure, Ma. Happy to, I called out. The lack of response told me Ma was already halfway down the stairs. I sat there in silence as I heard the slurping and gulping of my Grammy devouring her soup. It made my stomach roll. I ain't gonna lie. She started up some conversation when she came up for air. So, Levi, how school? Fine. Grammy, junior year ain't so bad. Teachers are real nice. I told her what she wanted to hear for the sake of small talk with an old person. She responded with another sickening gulp of soup, the heavy onion smell permeating the room like the worst perfume imaginable. You mind if I open the window, Grammy? Let some air in? I managed to spit out in between short breaths. Sure, dearie. She gargled, mouth full. I moved as quick as I could to the other side of the room, fumbling with the latch for the window. It didn't help that our house was old and sometimes the windows liked to stick. As I was fumbling with the window, Grammy spoke. "Dan, no. Your mother made this soup for quite some time. Why, when she was just a little, then she gasped and got real quiet." "Grammy, you all right?" I asked, wondering if maybe the soup went down the wrong pipe or something, but my Grammy just let out a pitiful whimper. I could hear the shuddering in her voice. I was going to call out to my Grammy again, or maybe call for Ma, but then I felt it. I don't know how, but it felt like it was just me and Grammy in the room no more. My heart went nuts when I heard that first step on the soft carpet confirming it. It was near where Ma stubbed her toe earlier. "Ooey there, hello," I quickly blurted, pressed up against the wall next to the windowsill. "Grammy." "Who is it?" There was a pause. The air felt heavy, and my tongue felt dry from fear. Quietly, full of fear, and maybe some sort of emotion even my Grammy could process, she answered. It me. At once, the silence of the room was broken by the rushing of feet across the carpet, launching into a panicked wail from my Grammy. As fast as I could, I went to go get help, fumbling to get my way out into the second-floor hallway. "May, Colorado, me quick. Something's going on with Grammy," I screamed at the top of my lungs. There was a clattering in the kitchen and a whirlwind of footsteps clambering up the staircase. What? What ain't wrong?" Ma was out of breath. I pointed toward Grammy's room. "I don't know. It sounded like someone else was in the room. Then Grammy made an awful sound." I felt the tears slide down my cheeks. Ma moved past me into the room. "A Gertie? What's going on in here?" she called out. A voice returned, sounding like my Grammy. "I'm sorry for scaring you, dearest. Just a little spill of the soup is all. The heat caused me to yell." I moved closer to my Ma and shook my head. "No, Ma. I know what I heard. That ain't right. There was someone in here," I whispered, standing at the threshold of the door. The room should stunk like the onion soup, but it didn't smell like anything. Too many alarm bells were going off in my head. "Ma, that ain't Grammy. Something happened to her," I pleaded softly, to not raise any suspicion from whatever were sitting where my Grammy once sat. "Wyatt, Janet, come help me, please," it crooned, feigning weakness. I grabbed onto my Ma's arm. It felt tense, like she could feel something was wrong too. "Ma, we need to call 911. We both began to back up. Then, whatever it was in the room, it laughed. I ain't never heard a laugh like that. It was sharp, raspy, and mean, like a rattler made of razor blades. Then the chairs stopped rocking. There was a drumbeat of footsteps in the room, then the crash of glass that made me jump. "Gertie, oh God!" Ma gasped. She slammed the door shut and pulled me by the hand downstairs. "Ma, did she just out the damn window?" Ma confirmed the once downstairs. I pulled out my phone, while Ma loudly, frantically moved to each window to look for any signs of Grammy. I dialed 911. "Hello, 911. What's your emergency?" The calm voice on the other end said, "Hey, my grandma just jumped out the second-story window. We probably need an ambulance." I felt crazy saying it out loud. My grandma could barely walk, let alone sprint and dive out a window. "All right, what's your address?" We had sent police and medical out. I provided them with my information. In the background, I could tell Ma was getting more and more panicked, not seeing Grammy outside. Her breathing was getting quicker. "Okay, storming picked up over here, so we'd get out there as fast as we can," the woman on the other end stated. "Thank you." I hung up the phone. "Ma, police are on the way." Ma closed the distance, putting a hand on my shoulder. "Wyatt, what going on?" She tried to speak in a way that was calming, but she was too frazzled herself to remain calm. I don't know, Ma. Something wrong. Though Uncle Clyde, June Bell, Grammy, they ain't right. They don't sound right, and they don't smell right. They don't smell like nothing. Ma remained quiet for a moment, trying to figure out what was happening. Something did look right with your Grammy, she confessed. I took a closer look at her from what you said about Uncle Clyde earlier. Her skin was a little glossy, like glass or something. The front door swung open loudly. I could hear Ma sigh in relief as my pa spoke. Janet, what dog going on? I heard a crash and the window fired. As he approached us, his smell of faint tobacco told me he was safe. My mother jumped out the upstairs window, but something again going on. What? Pa was alarmed, but my mother interjected. Chris, hold on. Some of the family ain't acting right. They might be sick or something. Gertie sounded all wrong, and she made a noise that I never heard before. Wyatt called 911, so they should be here soon. Is it just Gertie? Who else is sick? He asked, the rough edges of his voice softening slightly. Uncle Clyde, June Bell, Grammy, BP. I hesitated. Sickness. I didn't believe it was a sickness, but whatever it was, maybe it could spread like a sickness. Paul, June Bell was with Daisy, and Aunt Nora was with Uncle Clyde. Something might happen to them. Where ran Levi and Lila? I could feel Pa shift to head back out. They were with me by the cornfield. I told them to stay put when we heard the noise. I'll go get them. Lock the doors behind me, all right? We would keep the sick outside in the fresh air. Hopefully they don't spread what they got. I nodded. Before he could make it out of the door, a faint sobbing grew louder and louder from outside. I recognized it immediately as Lila Pa swung the door open, calling out to her. Leela, get on in here. Where's your brother? What wrong? The panicked sobs and wails from my little sister were heartbreaking. Close the door, Pa. Lock it. Something took Levi, she cried as she barreled inside. I heard her embrace Ma, her cries muffled. Leela, what happened? I asked, hearing the click of the front door lock. It took Leela a few moments of choking on tears and snot to compose herself enough to explain the nightmare she went through. Pa, when we heard the noise, he told us to stay put, and we did. Levi took out his phone to check something, and that in when. She whimpered, and the tears started flowing again. A hand came out of his phone and grabbed him. It grabbed Levi and pulled. I could hear from the shuddering in her voice that she was shaking in fear. Mom must have pulled her close to comfort her. The phone grabbed Levi. Pa sounded stunned. I never heard him so shocked before. It grabbed Levi and pulled him in. I ran, Pa. I'm sorry. Something clicked in my head. Mirror, I muttered. It was a stretch, but it was the only thing I could think of that made a lick of sense. What? Ma asked. Mirrors. I think it ran the mirrors, I stammered, trying to put the pieces together. June Bell started acting different after she went to the bathroom. There was someone by the mirror in Grammy's room. Now, Levi got grabbed by his phone. It sounded insane out loud, but no one said as much. But you used your phone earlier. There was hesitation in Mayan words. I did have an answer for this. She was right. Why had I been grabbed? I was in the room with the mirror when Grammy was attacked, and I used my phone just fine. Dad spoke up as he moved about the house to lock every door to the outside. Right now, we just stay right here in the kitchen and wait for the deputies. Stay away from any mirrors or anything like that. He returned to us, and we stayed huddled for a few minutes as a family. The storm clouds rumbled overhead, signifying their impending release. That was the last moment of calm before things got bad. The first domino was Aunt Nora, frantically trying the front door. Let me in. Oh, Jesus, let me in. she wailed, the doorknob rattling. Pa rustled for something in the closet, followed by the distinct sound of shells entering a chamber. There was a click by the front door. It was opened for a brief moment, then shut and locked again. Aunt Nora was talking 1,000,000 miles per HR. Something wrong with Clyde. He had been acting strange all morning, and he tried to push me into the bathroom. The girls ain't right either. They were just watching him do it. I got away, and they started chasing me. A panic sent her voice to an unbearable pitch. Deb, take a breath. Pa tried to calm her down. And sheriffs are on the way. Sides. It don't look like any of them followed you up to the house. I could hear Aunt Nora pacing the floor. What ain't going on? It ain't going to sound crazy, but body snatchers or some damn thing like that. Pa was having a hard time forming the words. Aunt Nora just scoffed. You're a moron, Chris. You hearing yourself. Body snatching? This ain't sci-fi movie. She moved towards the back door, probably to look out the back window. Pa moved his way back to us. I know I sound stupid, but I'm telling you what's happening. There was a response from Aunt Nora. The house was still, the only noise from the ticking of a clock on a wall. Then came the rain. A few pitter-patters were quickly built into a roar, like hearing a theater in full applause while you're outside of it. Each thunderclap rattled the foundation of our old home. It was in the storm that Aunt Nora spoke up again from down the hallway. Her voice was no longer panicked. Her voice was no longer fully hers. I looked, you know. It's really not so bad you should look too. Take a moment to reflect. My gut churned when the back door clicked open. Footsteps, plenty of them, squeaking down the corridor. Paraked his gun. To stay back, he bellowed, doing what he could to stay strong. The footsteps slowed, but didn't stop. Come on, Chris. Things will be better this way. It was Uncle Clyde, who called out again. You stay right there. I mean it. But the footsteps marched on. Mon, dearies, take a look at yourselves. The thing parading around in the skin of my Grammy croaked. The sound of the gun going off in the room felt like it ruptured my eardrums, leaving me for a moment with only a high-pitched whine in my ears. I felt myself being moved, led by someone outside. The warm air from inside the house was replaced with the icy droplets of water, spreading across my skin, my clothing. When my hearing returned, it was a cacophony of noise. Swears from my father, the wails of fear from my sister, prayers from my mother. It bounced right off him. We need to make distance. Maybe the roads ain't too muddy for the truck. Wait, the mirrors? Pun was doing what he could to keep us alive. Our Father in heaven, please help me and my family in this time. The comforting softness of my mother voice was gone, and only fear remained. The rain pelted us, our feet splashing through the formed puddles as we moved from the house. In an instant, a yelp sprang from my sister as I heard her tumble. Baby, Timon, get up! Ma choked on her words. Urs, Lila, the puddles, she cried. The puddles, something wrong with the puddles. Help! Help! The panic exploded in her voice. She was thrashing, the sound of the storm mixing with her frantic splashing. I tried to grab her, but it felt like something was pulling her down. No! No! Get off her! Get off me! I could hear Pa struggling. He must have seen his own reflection trying to help Leela up. Close your eyes, Janet. Close your eyes. I tried with all my might to find my footing to help pull Lila up. But the mud made it hard to find Per Levi, and she just kept sinking deeper into the puddle. Wyatt, please. I could hear the water entering her mouth as she sank out of my reach, impossibly deep in the shallow puddle. Pain sounds of struggles softened until all that was left was the curtain of rain and my mother whimpering sobs. Then it got worse. It sounded like something was coming up from the puddles. Don't be sad, Mama. I feel much better now. Wanna see? It was something trying to be. Lila, Ma, don't look. Don, look. I yelled over the storm around us. I could hear muddy steps plodding up to us. Mom, Don, doubt you want to see your son? Look at how happy we are. Levi's voice was slow, clumsy-like. He was digging through his gums with his tongue for the right words. Ma, please, it ain't them. I begged. I could feel the staring presence of the rest of the fakes. Watching on, May had a moment of weakness. Her screams and the sloshing of water told me enough. Aspet being surrounded, I never felt more alone. Wyatt, you could join us, son. Pa spoke up. I felt a cold hand on my shoulder. Would you like to see sport? We can do that, no? Then you can join us. My uncle chimed in. I pushed away from them and ran. Unable to know where I was going, I just ran. A noise cut through the thrumming of the rain, of the echo of footsteps behind me. A siren. I was able to wave down the police car and convince them that my family was a threat to me. He got me into the back of his car and called for some backup. He brought me back to the Sheriff Friend office, where here I am, giving detailed notes of what went on. I can hear the officers laughing in the other room with my pa. They ain't gonna believe a word of this. That thing probably convinced them that this is all a misunderstanding or a hyperactive imagination. Maybe they didn't even need to be convinced. Ever since the officer who gave me this typing device entered the room, I have been able to smell a thing. The Forest of the Devil. My sister was not an evil person, not before that camping trip anyway. I am not making any sense. Forgive me if you will. I am not the same man I once was either, though that trip did change my sister to someone I barely recognized. What came after altered me as well, both physically and mentally. It can be difficult to find the words at times. It's hard to form the thoughts into something understandable, or something that can even be said. My family was really no different from many others. I suppose Mom and Dad split when I was young. Both remarried, and my sister and I would be stuck in the middle. Yep, I would get 2 Christmases, extra birthday gifts, and all the other stuff children of divorce use to convince themselves that things are just as okay as they were before. But I didn't always buy it. I could twist my mental arm, so to speak, in an effort to believe I was content, but it was rarely effective. Jordan was a good 7 years older than me, so she was more aware of how dysfunctional our parents were before they gave up on trying to make it work. She would try to explain to me what those times were like when I got older, but I could only imagine what she went through back then, before I came along. I was around 5 when they gave up the fight to pretend they were a happy couple. But I remember crying a lot over those first few months of living with Mom and only seeing Dad on the weekends. We got used to it though. We always had each other. Jordan would remind me when I was feeling down, and she was right. I know none of this bouquet may seem all that relevant to what happened, but I just wanted to illustrate why my sister and I were so close. I'm sure it's not necessarily hard to believe that siblings can be tight or anything, but my whole life Jordan was the only person I could count on. Our parents were usually so caught up in their own lives, they didn't pay us much attention. They'd bicker when one or the other would drop us off and pick us up, and when they started seeing other people, they were pretty much focused on the new relationships more than their kids. A little after I turned 11, my sister moved out after being unable to take either of our parents' drama anymore. I didn't see her for a few years after that day, but I had no doubt she needed her space for a bit. Admittedly, she had it a lot harder than I, as both my mother and father practically ignored her existence. They didn't exactly lather me with affection either, but after they split up, they would barely acknowledge her. It was almost like they blamed her for the divorce, but I couldn't see how she could have caused that. Maybe it was simply because she was a good bit older than I, but it still pissed me off the way they would just brush her to the side. Regardless of how they treated her, she never took that out on me, even though I didn't see her for a while. When she moved back to our hometown in western Pennsylvania, it was like she'd never been gone. We spent a lot of time together since her return, and when I got my learner's permit, we began our regular camping trips. We would go to a different spot each time. We headed out into the wilderness, and I began to love the peacefulness of it all. Maybe it was due to my parents' incessant need to bicker and argue any time they shared a room together, but I had grown to almost despise being around other people, with the exception of Jordan, of course. So by the time I reached 23, the age I am now, my sister and I had ventured to about every good camping spot in Pennsylvania, and many more beyond its borders. We had saved up some years back and invested in a decent camper, as it had become a very regular part of our lives. It was nothing fancy, but it suited our needs just fine. We would still bring tents along for when we wanted to rough it for a bit, but it was definitely nice for those rainy nights out in the woods. While I was doing some research to find a new place for our next stay in the many forests of America, Jordan came bursting into my apartment out of the blue. She told me about this spot she'd found just outside of an old ghost town somewhere, practically on the other side of the state. Though I wasn't all that well versed in what she did for a living, she would do a lot of traveling and could sometimes be gone for weeks at a time, so she'd come across a good many interesting areas and back roads. I hadn't really come up with any alternatives, so I didn't argue about her recommendation, as she had grown far more worldly than I. I was a bit apprehensive as the old deserted town was a good many miles from where I lived, but Jordan assured me it would be worth it. The farthest we'd ever ventured from home in the past had only taken about 4 hours in the camper to get to, but this one took us over half a day to reach. Luckily, she had committed the route to memory, as the city we were seeking out had no name assigned to it anymore, and as such, I couldn't punch it into my GPS. We headed out around 8 in the morning, and it was a little after 9 at night when we passed by what was left of the city limit sign. Most of the beaten, warped, and buckled sign had been worn off for what could have been decades, but whatever the name of this town was, it began with a C and ended in either an A or an I, but there wasn't enough left to tell one way or the other. I could barely see it at first, let alone the thin single-lane road, as the wild brush and low-hanging branches of the trees hid it. There was absolutely no way I would have even noticed it if it hadn't been for my sister's guidance. The old city itself looked like it was once a nice little place, though even when the road widened into dual lanes as we entered what was once seemingly the main street, it was covered by just as much greenery as the thin pavement that led us here. I stared around at the old place in awe, feeling as though I was gazing into the past. The crumpled gas station appeared as though it had closed its doors at least 30 or 40 years ago, as did the department store, with broken boards of splintered and dry rotted wood covering where windows once sat in place. There were lampposts bent over while still erected from the concrete, and others having toppled to the ground. Each building that stood to one side or the other of the cracked, pothole-filled road was in their own state of decomposition. The ones that didn't have windows boarded had only shards of filthy and foggy glass remaining, while others had crumpled to their tarnished foundations many years before. Part of me wanted to get out of the camper and explore what was left of the little town that time forgot. But given how rough it was to even drive through the streets, I knew it would be risky at best to attempt to enter any of the buildings. Still, it was a strange sensation to be what felt like the only living thing in this town, well aside from Jordan anyway. After navigating the lengthy camper around the scattered debris and broken down houses and stores, we finally cleared the city from years gone by, making our way to another slender one-lane road leading up the mountains behind the little town. Again, the greenery pushed through the splits in the pavement, but that offered little resistance to the thick and wide tires. Even though it wasn't the prettiest little house on wheels, I maintained it well, so I knew what it could and couldn't handle. I had led it up and down many back roads and trails over the years, and hadn't ever gotten the old girl stuck, not even once. Even the trees on either side of us looked ancient, their thick trunks reaching high above, almost farther than I could even see. Jordan looked out the windows at the beautiful sight at night with just as much wonder in her eyes as I had. She was around 30 now, but I swear she looked just as youthful and glorious as I remember when we shared my mother's house together so many years ago. She never changed in my eyes, even now, even after the things she did. She'll always be that beautiful, carefree, and magical spirit who kept me from breaking back then. We were maybe some miles away from and above the dilapidated little town after the steeply inclined road finally leveled out when Jordan suggested we may have reached our destination. I'd have to say I was thrilled to finally have a chance to crawl out from behind the wheel, and when I opened the door, the wonderfully fresh and clean air of the woods we parked beside felt heavenly. I stretched my back out while Jordan called out into the night to hear her voice echo across the seemingly empty woods. As soon as she yelled out, the forest inhabitants suddenly sprung to life. Crickets chirped, feet and hooves, both tiny and large, scampered across the leaves, while wings fluttered and flapped against the branches, carrying birds up into the sky. I couldn't help but laugh at my sister's goofy chuckles as she awoke the creatures of the forest, accompanied by her wide, enthusiastic grin. But things settled back down after a while. We didn't do much else for the remainder of that night aside from chugging down a few beers and grilling some burgers. When I woke the following morning, Jordan was already gone. I was worried at first, but I assumed she had just ventured out into the woods for a bit to take in the beauty of it all. I still wished she would have waited for me, but she was often prone to waking at a far more premature hour than I. Honestly, I didn't mean to sleep in, but I think my body had been exhausted from the hours of driving. While I was in the middle of making some breakfast, I saw my sister clearing the tree line with a huge smile on her face. "This may be one of the coolest spots we've ever been to, Yan." She said she was practically hopping in place, coming off like a giddy little kid. "Want to go for a hike after you eat?" "Hell yeah. Are you hungry?" "Too excited to eat," she replied with a laugh. She would get like that sometimes. She could be easily distracted, and it didn't take much for her to light up like a kid on Christmas morning, but it still made me smile every time. She had that infectious kind of happiness. It was almost impossible not to share her inherent joy and love of life. So I finished up making my food, scarfed it down, and grabbed my pack to head out into the wild with my sister. It was absolutely beautiful behind the tree line and quite spacious within. There was no trail to speak of, but the terrain wasn't particularly bumpy either. I got the feeling that ours were the first human feet to walk between these trees in some time, though the squirrels, deer, and other occupants did not seem especially alarmed by our presence. If anything, they appeared more friendly than those of many other forests we'd spent time in over the years. A curious doe even walked directly up to me at one point, allowing me to run my fingers across the soft fur of her back. Jordan and I just smiled at each other before she sprinted back over the mound she had trotted around at first. After walking in varying directions for some hours, we settled down in a wide clearing with a slender stream running through its center. It was a glistening pond not far from where we parked. Sometime later that day, we'd head back to the camper to grab our tents, chairs, portable grill, and fishing poles to camp out in that lovely open space, as it was just too good to resist. I truly wish that we could have spent days in those woods, with each being as wonderful as that one. As I grilled the fish I caught in the pond while Jordan danced to the music echoing from my little Bluetooth speaker, I felt more content than I ever had before. I suppose that happiness was just too good to last. The sound that pulled me from my sleep sometime during the night was unlike anything I'd ever heard before. It was something like a wailing that would accompany someone hysterically crying, combined with something mechanical almost. It wasn't like rusty sprockets turning or chains rattling against gears, but more like a slipping belt squeaking or worn brake pads scraping against the rotor. It's hard to explain really, because it wasn't exactly similar to anything I was familiar with. I know it sounds like I am just babbling, but that's how it felt more than sounded, I guess. I sat straight up in my sleeping bag, which made me feel like some sort of bug attempting to escape its cocoon. I unzipped my tent, peeking my head through like a freaked-out kid afraid of a potential monster in the closet, or perhaps nestled under the bed. When I saw that Jordan's tent was open too, I practically ran out of mine, replacing my fear of what may be lurking in the darkness with concern for my sister. It was freezing outside, far more so than it had been when I laid down. I pulled my jacket and flashlight from my backpack and headed out into the night after confirming her tent was indeed vacant. I had no way of knowing which way she'd gone, but she was always more curious than I, so I had little doubt she was seeking out the source of that sound that was still echoing from somewhere in the distance. It was a good deal softer than it had been when it caused me to jerk awake, but loud enough to be able to trace what direction it was coming from. I don't know if it was the cold or just how eerie the trees looked through the beam of my flashlight that was making me shiver, but I could barely hold the damn thing straight. The fog that blew from my mouth when I exhaled didn't help things appear any less creepy either, as the sound increased in volume. I hoped it was because it was getting closer, and not whatever was causing it to grow more agitated. Jor, I called out, not quite whispering, but not especially loud. My brain hadn't yet decided if it thought the noises belonged to anything living, but it hadn't ruled out the possibility either way. It wouldn't allow my voice to fully expose me. Sis, where are you, Alex? I heard my name echoing from somewhere beyond the trees ahead. It's beautiful. It didn't entirely sound like my sister's voice. Similar, but not quite right, if that makes sense. It was enough to allow me to assume I was going the right direction, but it was also enough to cause me to slow down a little. I could feel the pulse throbbing in my neck, as well as my chest beating against the fabric of my shirt. The bizarre sound, now combined with the beating of my heart on the inner lining of my ears, causing me to feel even more on edge. The plumes I breathed began to combine with the subtle mist that caressed the forest floor, made even more unnerving by a subtle light emanating from somewhere ahead. My surroundings grew more visible, but it was more like I could just see more clearly. Things didn't appear to be especially illuminated by the dim light, but I could make out that the trees around me were rotting and dead. Their blackened barks were split with a dark ooze leaking from them. The leaves I could make out that lined the ground beneath the sporadic fog all looked to be as lifeless and discolored as everything else around me. Every branch was bare, and each bled the same thick pus. When I finally cleared rows and rows of deceased trees, I came to another clearing, large but much smaller than the one we had set up our tents in. My sister was in the very center of the almost perfectly circular area, with her arms outstretched from the body, which appeared to float above the mist which had grown far thicker than it had in the forest of the dead I left behind. There was nothing else around her, though she still moaned her words in that borderline foreign voice. It's so goddamn beautiful, Alex. What's beautiful? Jord. I could make out nothing I would consider even remotely pleasing to the eye. Nor could I figure out what caused my sister to hover a foot or two from the ground. As I approached her, that disturbing sound now surrounded me, When I turned my head to each side seeking the source of the noise, I screamed out, horrified by the hands which reached out from the trees that lined the circumference of the clearing. There were more of them than I took the time to count, each with darkened flesh that looked as rotten as the bark and branches they reached through. As I watched on, slender, almost skeletal legs stepped out, followed by sunken, emaciated torsos and abnormally small spherical heads with orange glowing eyes peering through. Each of the creatures slowly broke free of the tree line in jerky, staggered movements. I could hear bones shift and crackle as the scrawny arms and legs sliced through the fog. That sound emanated from what I would assume to be their mouths, though I can make out no openings in those tiny round heads, only the bright beady eyes glaring towards where my sister floated. "Jord, we got to go!" She didn't respond, only continued to moan and whimper, which contrasted with the sound of the blackened creatures to form noises which almost made me sick to my stomach. "God damn it, Jord, snap out of it!" I yelled at my sister, wrapping my hand around her right wrist, turning to face her Jesus Christ. I stuttered when I looked upon the light breaching out from somewhere within her head, beaming through her eyes, nose, and mouth. Those things were getting closer, regardless of how slowly their staggered movements pushed them forward. Their wails were so much louder now, causing a thin stream of blood to leak from my ears. It was practically deafening by this point, inspiring me to scream out just to make sure I still had a voice while yelling my sister's name as hard as I could. Jordan snapped out of it. Though it made my chest hurt, I slapped my hand across her face as hard as I could as her head jerked to the side. The light shining through her beamed across the creatures to her left, showing me a better glimpse of the sunken cheeks and withered flesh before it snuffed out. She was blinking her eyes back to the real world. "Oh, Alex," she said, not even noticing when her feet made contact with the ground. "Are you here?" "What?" "Of course what the fuck is that?" she screamed, finally noticing the approaching horde. "I don't know, Jord, but we have to get away from here." "Are you with me?" Her whole body shook while she rapidly nodded her head, darting her eyes all around her. We were surrounded by those things, and they were edging closer by the second, but there was space between them. If we ran fast enough, I was sure we could get through. "We got to run, sis, as fast as we can, okay?" She nodded again, and I wrapped my trembling fingers around her shivering hand. I hoped I spun us in the right direction, but I planned to just keep running until we got back to the camper. I didn't care about the tents, nor any of the other stuff we had left in the clearing. I just wanted to get the hell away from here as fast as I could. We ran between two of those things, though they were closer together than I had hoped. I pushed one back, feeling its rough and cushioned tissue give way against my palm before the other reached out to grab Jordan by the wrist. She screamed out, attempting to pull away from it, but the grip was tight. Another was moving in from the other side, giving us little time to get her loose. I just punched at that rotten flesh of its arm while kicking at its withered knees. Its sounds bellowed in an angered screech, causing my sister and I to both share an equally loud scream before I slugged the thing in the face over and over again, finally causing it to let Jordan's arm slip from its grasp, giving the rest of the jerky approaching mob no chance to get any closer. As soon as Jord was free, we hauled ass, hopefully back the way we came. I could still both feel and hear that echoing chorus of haunting howls behind us, causing my head to spin, damn near sending me to the ground. But it was Jordan who kept me on my feet this time. Hand in hand, we plundered onwards, breaking free of the forest of the blackened and deceased trees, back into the clearing where our tents still stood in place. We were almost to the other side of that clearing before I realized my keys were still in the tent. I told Jordan to continue on to the camper while I spun in place to see the creatures already breaking through the tree line. "Keep going," I called to my sister as I sprinted back to the tent, with those things moving considerably more quickly than they had before, which, given the fact their movements were still incredibly staggered and jerky, made the whole scene look even more bizarre. I yanked my pants, which held my keys in their pocket, from the floor of the tent, with the rotted figures closing the gap between us more and more by the second. I pulled 3 of my tent stakes, while 3 of the things reached out towards me, but I leapt away from them before they could make contact. Jordan still stood where I had left her, visibly shaking from head to toe, but I locked my fingers around hers once more when I got alongside her as we resumed our effort to escape. The whimpering metallic shrieks from behind us combined now with the scampering of their feet crackling against the dried leaves lining the forest floor. As I looked back to see how close they were, I noticed anything living around them was growing as blackened and lifeless as they appeared as they passed between and through the trees. They were maybe 15 feet from our backs, but that just inspired me to run faster, practically pulling my sister along. But finally I could make out the moonlight reflecting off the windows of the camper ahead. I prayed to God and everything I held holy that I left the damn thing unlocked, which, to my surprise, I had. As my sister pulled the side door open with me jumping in after her, I slammed it shut, sliding the simple lock to the side before hopping into the driver's seat and putting the key in the ignition. As I heard the engine roar to life, it was accompanied by the sound of pounding and scraping on the walls of the camper. I slammed my foot on the gas as the camper shuddered, and we sped down the road away from that forest. Even with the roar of the engine, I could still hear their crackling movements as they fought to chase us down, but I wouldn't let up. Though I was incredibly unfamiliar with this winding and bumpy road, the wheels violently bounced in and out of cracks and holes in the pavement. Jordan was still whimpering and screaming out with every jump and skid, but I wouldn't break my focus. The wails from behind us were fading more as we approached the town lost to the past, but I still pressed the gas as hard as I could. I only slowed down once. I began to see life outside of the ghost town and the forest of the dam behind it, before pulling into the 24-hour truck stop close to the exit to the interstate. "It hurts, Alex," Jordan said, while I examined where the blackened and frigid fingers had wrapped around her wrist. She was bordering on tears while I gently turned her arm over in an attempt to see how bad it was under the flickering fluorescent lights of the gas station restroom. The imprint of a slender hand appeared to be almost burned into her flesh, along with 5 little pin-prick holes, each oozing thin streams of dark blood. I tried to wash her wounds as well as I could, but even the slightest pressure I applied with the moistest paper towels caused her to wince and practically buckle from the pain. Being both untrained and unable to do anything to actually treat the damage to her skin, I grabbed some ibuprofen, antibiotic cream, and gauze from the truck stop. I applied the ointment to the inside of the gauze before wrapping her arm to avoid causing her more pain than necessary. I wanted to take her to the emergency room, but she wouldn't have it. I made her promise she would go have it checked out if it either got any worse or didn't show any signs of improvement after a few days had passed, but she still seemed reluctant. She was never one to seek out medical assistance, as she was both somewhat untrusting of doctors and a bit grossed out by hospitals in general. She had always been a bit of a germaphobe, but that would never keep her from exploring the darker and more gritty places of the world. It did seem a bit contradictory to me, but I'm sure I have my own share of oddball aspects to my personality to her, and just about anyone else, so I wouldn't hold it against her or anything. Still, I was worried about this one. God knows what sort of fungus those, whatever the hell they were, had pasted to their rancid flesh. Regardless of how late the hour had grown, nor how far from home we were at this point, Jordan begged me to get back on the road to head back home. I had tried to suggest a hotel for the night, but I couldn't blame her for wanting to get as far away from that mountain as possible. Of course, I was far beyond exhausted at that point, not to mention growing more worried about my sister by the moment, but I did what she asked. If nothing else, I would be able to keep an eye on her to make sure the marks on her wrist didn't spread or somehow worsen her condition to something more than just being tired and freaked out. My mind was still reeling from what we'd seen out there, but I still had no idea what she had been through before I awoke. The eerie little creatures were one thing, but I wanted so badly to ask her what left her floating above the ground bordering on some sort of catatonic ecstasy, or whatever the hell that was. I had already tried to ask her a few times, but whenever I brought it up, she would begin to shiver and cry again. She had seemed in such awe and wonder, while she hovered only feet above the foggy forest floor. But whatever it was that she saw only brought fear back to the forefront of her mind. As much as I wanted answers to what truly happened out in those woods up on that mountain behind the town, time forgot, I would have to wait until she was ready. Of course, I didn't realize at the time that my nightmare had only just begun. It felt as though it took twice as long to get back home than it did to make our way out to the mysterious ghost town in the first place. That may have been simply the fact that both the camper and I were running on fumes when we arrived back onto my street. Jordan had calmed down considerably, especially since she slept for over half the trip. I would have loved to have been able to pass out for a bit myself, but I was certain she needed it far more than I. Yes, I hadn't exactly enjoyed much of a rest for the portion of the night I spent in my sleeping bag, but I still had no idea how long she had been awake before I showed up. I hated to think what could have happened had I not arrived before those things came staggering through the trees. Given the marks on her wrist that still looked quite fresh, I could only imagine what they were capable of if they had more time to spend with their victims. My sister agreed to stay at my place for a few days, as we had already planned on being out of town for at least a long weekend. She still refused to see a doctor, but she didn't resist my insistence that I had to be allowed to keep an eye on her. Of course, I wouldn't be able to do much until I got some much-needed rest myself. Before I hit the sack, I ordered some pizza, as neither of us had eaten much over the previous 24 hours. Once my stomach was content, I passed out as soon as my head hit the pillow. My dreams took me back to that foggy clearing in the woods. I won't say it wasn't exactly a nightmare or anything, but it wasn't enough to cause me to jerk awake in a cold sweat, or anything either. I've always had a bit of clarity in a dream state, finding even the most horrific ones to be a bit too far-fetched to believe to be taking place in the waking world. I am not a lucid dreamer or anything. I like to think I just generally have enough awareness to know what's real and what isn't. It had been about 5 in the afternoon when we arrived home, and when I finally woke up it was nearing 7 in the morning. I hadn't been paying much attention to what time it had been when I crashed for the night, but my body felt pretty content from the longer than normal rest, albeit a bit sore from lying in one place for so long. Well worth the price, I thought, as I dragged my heels to the shower where I stayed for a good half hour at least. When I finally strolled back into my living room, I saw no trace of Jordan, causing my heartbeat to quicken as soon as I stood staring at the vacant blanket and pillow on my couch. In a way, I wasn't surprised, but I had still been hopeful she would stick around like she promised. She has always been a free spirit, though, even while she maintained eye contact when she gave me her word she wouldn't go anywhere without me for a few days. I think I knew she was full of shit. Maybe I was just too damn beat to read too much into it at the time. I still took a compulsory look around my home, along with the camper parked outside, to make sure she wasn't just hiding out. I thought she may have also experienced some nightmares about the events that still seemed barely believable at the time. Of course, she wasn't around but I could only hope she was all right. I considered calling my mom to see if she had heard from Jordan, but they hadn't really been on speaking terms since my sister moved out. Honestly, I think they had barely talked since before the divorce, but I can't speak to the times I wasn't around. I can't necessarily say if it was some sort of grudge between my parents and sister. Anytime I brought her up to either of my folks, they would just act like they didn't want to talk about it. We weren't exactly a close-knit family, but I did long for the more simple times on occasion back when I was a kid. 2 more days went by, and I still hadn't heard anything from Jordan, nor could I even get in contact with her. I was growing more and more worried by the day, leading me to call around the hospitals in the area to see if anyone matching her description had been admitted. It set my mind a little more at ease when none showed any records of anyone by my sister's name or appearance. She was often prone to just being gone for extended periods of time over the years, but I was still spooked by the events that led us to cut our trip short. After yet another day passed with no sign of my sister, I finally gave in and decided to reach out to my folks. I didn't want to talk about any of this on the phone, so I hopped in the car and headed to my dad's place first. I could see my sister being far more likely to talk to him than our mom, and he was most certainly the more understanding and open-minded of my folks. But, like I said, neither of them were particularly open to the topic. Truth be told, I didn't talk much with my parents anymore either, as they had grown so self-consumed and distant over the years. This was not a situation I needed to leave alone, though. I still highly doubted Jordan would ever think about getting in contact with either of them, but I had to give it a shot. As I drew closer to the house my father shared with my stepmother, I realized that in my haste to get here, I hadn't even remembered to give him a call to see if he would even be home. I was already within the last few minutes of my journey, so when I received no reply from the call, I didn't immediately turn back. I thought I may be able to at least wait for him for a bit, if he wasn't home. When I pulled into his driveway next to my dad's glossy black Expedition, I noticed the garage door was open. Assuming he may indeed be home after all, I headed to the front door and knocked, inadvertently pushing it ajar as it was apparently unlatched. I called out for my father while nudging the door further open, peering my head around the side. I stepped forward, and my foot landed in something wet. I searched around in the darkness on the wall next to me for the light switch flipping it. I froze when my eyes met the bloodied mess across the living room. I couldn't remotely convince my own limbs to move as I stood frozen in place, glaring at what appeared to have once been my father. I couldn't even fathom what could have done this to him, but my thoughts were not nearly focused enough to make any sort of clear judgment at the time. His left arm looked as though it had been pulled from the socket, as the bone protruding from the discarded limb was not jagged, but rounded. There were deep gashes across his chest and remaining arm. Both eyes were replaced by dark and meaty scarlet globes, and his jaw had been torn from the skull on the left side, leaving it hanging loosely from grizzled strips of tissue. His legs were splayed in opposing directions, with shards of bone splitting through the flesh of his thighs and shins, and blood still seeping out from within, as well as having sprayed across each and every wall in the room. I couldn't think or speak. All I could do was fall to my knees in my father's blood and stare at his mangled corpse. Then, someone entered the house behind me. I couldn't process everything that was happening. It all went by in a blur. I was only vaguely aware of the cold metal of the handcuffs snapping around each wrist. I was still in that mentally vacant state over the course of the ride to the police station, finally coming back to awareness sitting straight up in a drab gray concrete walled room. "Why did you do it, you piece of shit?" The middle-aged, balding man in a wrinkled suit said, breaking me from my catatonic state. "Answer me!" "What? No, I didn't do that." "Cool it." Might, the taller man next to him, said. Their demeanor reminded me of the whole good cop, bad cop routine. "Why don't you tell us what happened, yeah?" the good cop asked, I don't know. I just got there and saw him like that. Bullshit, the bad cop said, pounding the table with his fist. We know you killed him. What? You didn't get what you wanted for Christmas? We didn't love you enough? Just tell the goddamn truth. Mike, you are not helping. Let the kid tell us his side of the story. We already know his side. The bastard brutally murdered his old man. Did you see what he did to the guy? I ain't never seen shit like that. I didn't do it. I swear to Christ I didn't. I just went to see him and found him like that. I said, practically begging them to listen. BY knew it. A bad cop was up in my face about 2 inches away. You are a fucking murderer, you piece of shit. Admit it, he said through gritted teeth. I didn't do it. I swear, I said, still trying to catch my breath while the good cop pulled the portly guy off me. I fell to the ground, buckled over, still gasping. The bad cop pushed the good cop away after they exchanged some heated words before heading for the door. He pounded on it to get the attention of the guard posted on the other side. I gathered myself up while the thin man with salt and pepper hair helped me to my feet. Sorry, Alex. He's a little heated. I swear, I didn't. Okay, just take a seat. I'll give you a few minutes to cool off. You want something to drink? Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that. Once he was gone, I was left alone to attempt to process everything, which was no easy task. I just sat there. The sight of what was left of my dad was practically etched into my brain. I had absolutely no clue as to how the hell I was going to get out of this. Yes, I knew I was innocent, but as long as they were focused on me for the crime, they would not have a chance to track down whoever or whatever did that to my old man. I couldn't even imagine what could be capable of inflicting such horrendous brutality. After a while, a good cop walked back in, accompanied by a younger guy in a nice suit, who was revealed to be a lawyer my mother had contacted to help me. He looked to be maybe a few years older than me, with perfectly styled, dirty blonde hair and a tidy beard. He introduced himself as Ryan Caldwell. He assured me I was in good hands, and they planned to have me released within a few hours, as the evidence was circumstantial at best, regardless of the fact that my shoes and pants were covered in my father's blood. Before I would be permitted to leave, I had to allow them to take possession of my clothing, as well as providing DNA samples, along with giving a statement of my account of the day's events. The bad cop still stared daggers at me from the other side of the table, while the good cop continued to play the part of my best buddy. Both looked quite unhappy when Caldwell stuck a fork in the discussion before leading me out of the police station wearing some fresh clothes my mom had brought me. Though I was beyond relieved to feel the fresh air hitting my face again, I was still stunned by everything that had occurred that day. The following days blended together, during which I repeated the story I told police numerous times, as well as to my mother and her husband David and my stepmother Laura. It wasn't easy to recount what I had seen, especially to Laura, but I suppose they needed to know what I knew, which wasn't much, truth be told. Caldwell was still content with the notion that I had nothing to worry about, but I was still terrified. Maybe 2 weeks later, I was returning home around mid-afternoon after having to attend yet another meeting with my attorney. I had grown exhausted from the situation, but it wasn't in my hands to put an end to it. Yes, I knew myself to be innocent, as did Caldwell, or so he claimed anyway, but it felt as though we were making no progress, as the only evidence that had been found pointed to me. I was far more than stressed and quite mentally checked out while I drove the far too familiar roads to reach the solitude of my house that I didn't even notice my guest when I arrived. I was paying little attention to anything around me after I swung my door open. I just strolled over to my favorite chair, flopped down into it, and flipped on the television. It wasn't until I heard the voice from behind me that I realized I wasn't alone. "Hey, little bruh, Jesus Christ," I yelled, almost falling out of my chair. "George, Where the hell have you been?" I got up and walked over to where she stood at the back of the room, but she held her hand out. "Stay back, kiddo. I don't know if it's contagious." That's when I noticed the charred handprint on her wrist now branching out into darkened veins. "Oh my God. Jord, we need to get you to a doc." I can't. They'll lock me away." She now waved both arms in front of her, looking downright terrified at the thought of facing possible involvement from the authorities. "Jord, that does not look good. I mean, it looks like it's infected or something. If we don't get you to the emergency room, you may end up losing the hand. It may already be too far gone. It doesn't matter what happens to me. I am done." She started crying while covering her face. "What have you done?" I almost didn't want to ask, but I feared I already knew the answer. "I didn't mean to. I couldn't stop it. I didn't even realize what I was doing until there was so much blood. Alex, I don't..." She dropped to the floor. I walked to her, wanting to console her, but she wouldn't allow it. "Stay back," she screamed, getting to her feet and running for the back door. "Jord." I called out, chasing after her, but she was too fast. I had never seen anyone move like that before. For a moment I had entertained the idea that she was transforming into one of those things from the woods, as those blackened veins were almost reminiscent of their rotted flesh. But they had barely even moved in any human manner, while she now seemed as though she could outrun my car, with little to no effort. I still made an attempt to chase her down, but I knew it was pointless before I even reached the end of the backyard, as she was barely visible by that point. I still tried, though. I kept running the direction she had fled towards even after I could no longer see her. After a solid 10 minutes at least, I finally gave in to the splitting in my side, gasping for breath while almost buckling to the concrete. I knew I wouldn't be able to find her now, but I still returned to my car after my head stopped spinning to drive out in hopes of being able to maybe find some trace of where she had gone. I spent hours speeding from one neighborhood to the next, up and down the back roads, and even out towards the interstate, but I couldn't see any sign of her. When I finally returned to my house, I allowed the gravity of what she had told me to set in. There was so much blood. "Alex," she had said. Those words bounced around in my head for some time until I allowed the truth to break through the wall my own denial had begun to build around itself. "Hebig killed him," I said aloud, finally accepting it, admitting to myself that my own beloved sister was the one who killed our father with such brutality. I just sat in my living room glaring at the nothingness behind my television. What concerned me at the moment was that I needed to get my sister some help. I couldn't allow her to be taken into custody for something I knew she never would have done had she not been, I don't know, altered. That alone made her more innocent in my eyes. The person who had done this to our father wasn't my sister, not entirely anyway. At that moment I thought of my mother, and panic shot through me. Jumping to my feet, I ran to my bedroom to fetch my phone from the charger before it dawned on me that it was still in my damn pocket. I placed the call to my mom as soon as I was able, feeling my heart slam against the inner wall of my chest. "Pick up, pick up, pick up," I rambled over and over, while every beat of the dial tone caused my breathing to grow more erratic. Come on, pick up. Please leave your message," I yelled, jogging towards the front door, while placing the call for a second time, knowing full well it would result in the same thing. Before I knew it, I was speeding much faster than I knew I should have, but I had to get to my mom's place. I had to be sure she was safe. With the knowledge of who had actually murdered my father, I knew I had to intervene before my sister inflicted the same thing on my mom. Whatever that thing that had grabbed her by the wrist had infected her with something, I had no doubt about that. But I couldn't help her if she wouldn't allow me to. The only thing I hoped I could do was stop her from what I had a little doubt she was planning. My tires tore into the front lawn of my mother's house, halfway into the driveway and halfway onto the grass. I ran from the car to her front door, leaving the engine running as I wanted to waste as little time as possible. As soon as I knocked my fist against the wood, the door swung open to reveal David, my stepfather, standing behind it. "And what's up, kid?" he asked, with a puzzled and somewhat annoyed expression, made even more aggravated after his eyes met where my tires had torn into the grass. "David, hi, is Mom around?" I was panting as I spoke, still gasping for the breath that had not seemed to fill my lungs since I chased after Jordan. She stepped out for a few. "Care to wait for her inside?" He pulled the door open further before cutting his eyes back to the shredded lawn. He clenched his jaw but still spoke in a friendly tone, though I could make out the underlying annoyance underneath. I glanced back at my car before giving David an apologetic shrug. Let me adjust my parking real quick. I am sorry about the lawn." I let out a pitiful chuckle before heading back over to my vehicle. Just come in when you are done," he said, wearing a facsimile of a grin. In all honesty, I never much cared for David, a feeling that I was certain to be mutual. He wasn't a bad guy overall. He just always had that my shit don't stink look on his face and had a tendency to kind of look down his nose at me. I don't think he had ever even met Jordan, since she didn't come around anyone but me since the divorce. But I am sure he would have treated her the same way if he had. It took far longer than necessary to fix the parking of my car, but I was in no rush to share my mom's place with her husband for any longer than I had to. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I think I was hoping that she'd pull in behind me before I would have to drag my heels into the house. Unfortunately, it appeared I would have little choice but to just bite down and deal with David for the time being. He was sitting in the recliner when I let myself in, staring at his phone while barely acknowledging my entry. Is it cool if I grab a drink?" I asked reluctantly. Though this was the house I grew up in, something about it felt foreign to me these days. It could be no more the fact that I no longer lived here, or just the fact that good old David appeared right at home in it. He just nodded his head to my request, so I strolled into the kitchen, fully planning on grabbing myself a drink and sitting at the dining table to avoid the man as much as I could. That was my intention anyway, before the scream caused me to drop the beer, shattering the bottle into both thick and fine shards of reflective green glass, while the liquid within splashed across the floor. By the time my short sprint brought me back to the living room, blood had already sprayed across the dark wood of the coffee table, as well as the front door and the wall. It still dripped from Jordan's fingers, which had only just pulled themselves free from our stepdad's throat when I entered. She didn't even look at me. There was nothing especially deformed or maliciously expressive in her eyes as she grabbed both of his arms before thrusting her heel against his chest to pull his limbs free from his torso. She still wore my sister's kind face, her warm smile and almost childlike eyes, with globs of crimson and chunks of grizzled meat slapped across her own body as David's spewing shoulders gave way. I was paralyzed and rooted to the spot as I watched her rip him apart. Somewhere within the chaos of my frenzied and shell-shocked mind, I wondered why she kept tearing her fingers through his flesh, as it appeared her initial attack had put an end to his life. But she just wouldn't stop, regardless of the light-hearted glint in her eyes, as though she were doing nothing more than messily preparing a meal. I had to put an end to this. After what she had done to our father, I had no reason to believe she would stop after this. I loved my sister more than anyone else in this world, but I could not allow her to go on this way. The real Jordan died on that mountain. Whatever I brought back with me could not be permitted to live in her place. Finally, convincing my shuddering limbs to function again, I charged at my sister, connecting my tightly balled fist to the side of her face. Blood sprayed across my knuckles, but I couldn't tell if it was hers or just some of my stepfather's, as she was currently soaked from head to toe in it. She fell back onto the floor before gazing at me with a look of shock on her face, an expression of one who had been betrayed by the only person they loved. I felt tears well up in my eyes as we stared at each other. "What the fuck, Alex?" she asked, her own eyes glassy and trembling. "Look what you did, Jord," I replied. Her mouth dropped as she looked upon what she had done to David. She blinked from his remains to her blood-soaked hands and back to me, holding my fist out before me like a shield. She began shaking her head, pushing herself across the floor, away from the bloodied heap of our stepfather. "No, no, 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 no. I didn't do this. I couldn't." She gazed back into my eyes, hers now flowing tears down her red cheeks. "Jord, I saw you. I watched it happen. You have to stop." "What? I couldn't." "But you did. You killed Dad too." "No, no, no. I wouldn't." "Jord, you told me earlier today. You remember coming to my place. How did I get here? What's going on?" We just stared at each other for a while. I knew she wasn't in control while she did those awful things, but I couldn't allow this to continue, even if I dreaded the thought of what I would have to do to put an end to her murderous rampage. When she got back to her feet, there was a look of resolve on her face, one that I believed I also shared. She walked around the dismembered body of our mother's husband, trying as much as she could to avoid stepping another foot into the thick scarlet fluids which still spurted from his many grievous wounds. After the gap between us was closed and we stood face to face, I felt my chest heaving while my heart sank to the pit of my stomach. "You know what I have to do, Alex," Jordan said, with her lips forming a quivering smile. I can't, Nord. Don't make me." I was sweating. My fingers were trembling and felt cold and absent of blood. "You have to run," she said, placing her hand on the side of my face, allowing me to feel the warmth of her skin upon my frigid cheek. After gazing at one another for more time than I can say, she once more lowered her hand, wrapping her fingers around mine. We walked side by side as she guided me to the kitchen, where the remains of the shattered bottle still lined the floor. She did not break her eyes from mine as she reached for the rack of knives perched on the marble comtrot. She never broke her stare while she laid the hilt of the long blade in my hand before lifting it to her own throat. "Please," she said, sounding more calm and accepting than I was even remotely capable of, as my hand shuddered so violently I could barely keep the knife grip between my fingers and palm. "Don't make me," I pleaded, knowing she was certain this was necessary. "You love me, right? Of course." "Then let me die as me, not as what that did," she said, pointing towards the oozing corpse in the living room. I tried to fight against her grip as she guided the blade I held into the flesh of her neck, instantly causing blood to stream from around where the cold metal pierced. I cried out, allowing the hopelessness to consume me, letting the tears spill into a veritable storm, soaking the fabric of my shirt while blending with the warm spray erupting from her throat. After life began to leave the hands she still held in place around mine, they dropped to her side. I pulled the knife from her neck, tossing it to the floor to wrap my arms around her. The gargling from both her open, gushing throat and her gaping mouth did not distract from the childlike beauty of her eyes as we continued to look upon each other. Her mouth twitched as she fought to form her lips into a smile, and I attempted to return the sentiment, though my racing heart was slowly fragmenting. Her body became heavier when the final sparks of life left her, and I allowed myself to sink to the floor with my arms still clutching her tightly. I could barely form a rational thought over the course of what felt like hours of crouching on the tiles, staring down into her wide, blank eyes. Sometime later, I was vaguely aware of the front door creaking open, followed by a horrified squeal that finally broke my pensive stare from that of my sister. My mother was still screaming when she saw me perched on her kitchen floor as she ran towards me, rubbing her hands across my face and arms. "Who did this? Are you hurt? Jesus Christ, answer me," she yelled, still searching my body for injuries. I had to stop her. I didn't want to. It's not her fault." "Who? You had to stop? Who?" "It was Jordan, Mom. She killed him, Dad, too. It wasn't her, though. No, not Rhea, Alex," she said, pulling her hands off me as she backed away from where I sat, still holding the corpse of my beloved sister. "You did this?" "What?" "No, Mom, it was Jordan." My senses were returning, though my mind was still reeling. She was infected with something in the woods. It made her bad, I think. It wasn't her fault. "What the fuck are you talking about, Alec?" "We went to some mountain behind an old ghost town. There were these things up there. They touched her, and I think they infected her with it." "Jesus Christ, Alex. Your sister has been dead for 13 years. You know that, right? What the hell is wrong with you?" "What?" "No, she's..." I looked down to see nothing but my own blood-stained jeans. I darted my eyes around the room searching for any sign of my sister, but there wasn't even a trace. I saw the knife lying on the floor, but it was clean besides the residual blood around its hilt. I began to lift myself up from the floor, causing my mother to jump, screaming out once more, "What the fuck have you done, Alec?" No, I didn't. It was. I finally got to my feet, attempting to wipe off the dried blood which had soaked into the skin of my hands, still seeing absolutely no trace of my sister. I felt my stomach churn as an endless stream of questions attacked my frenzied mind. "Stay back," my mother screamed, pulling a gun from her purse before outstretching it towards me in a shaking hand. "I am calling the police." She still held the gun trained on me as much as she could with her very erratic aim at the time, while placing a call with her other hand. "Mom, I didn't." 911, what's your emergency? To hear has been a murder. My husband, my son. He, she stuttered into the phone. I shook my head from side to side, backing away from the woman who had already determined me to be the killer. I knew I hadn't hurt anyone, well, anyone besides my sister, but she made me do that. I knew I would never hurt anyone, but she just couldn't see it. I couldn't understand how she could believe me capable of such a thing, but I couldn't wait around to be thrown into a prison cell when I could never prove my innocence. If I were locked away without giving it a second thought, I ran for the back door. 2 shots rang out from behind me along with another terror-filled wail from my own mother, who I could barely believe had actually tried to shoot me. I didn't waste any time checking myself to see if any bullets hit their mark, as I just wanted to get as far away from there as I could. I don't know if my mom attempted to chase after me or what, but once I busted through the back door, I circled the house back to my car and sped away in a blind fury. I was a good ways up the road when I heard sirens in the distance, presumably heading for my mom's place, but I did not stop driving until I got back home. I gathered up as many things as I could, loaded up the camper, and got back on the road before giving the authorities a chance to catch up with me. I couldn't risk staying at a hotel, so I hoped to keep my camper under the radar until I could clear this mess up. I don't know what's real anymore. I know what I saw. I know what I've lived through. But any information I can find on my sister claims she died before my parents even divorced. I've known her my whole life. I've spent more time in Jordan's company than anyone else on this goddamn planet. She was the only person I could ever count on, and it was my hands that put an end to her life. I know that. I still feel the guilt of having to kill the only person I truly loved in this world, as well as the memories of all the good times we shared growing up. I am slowly making my way across Pennsylvania, hopeful that I can make it back to the town that time forgot before the police catch up with me. I swear my sister was not a monster, but I also know I didn't kill anybody. Unfortunately, I can't prove either of those facts to anyone, or that Jordan was even real, until I truly understand what's going on myself. I am terrified at even the thought of going back up that mountain, but I think it's the only choice I have left. I have to find answers as to what made her do those horrific things, as well as why nobody remembers her but me. Well, remembers her to be alive, anyway. I don't know if those things in the woods changed reality in some way, or maybe even sent me somewhere else. But I know they did this. I know all this insanity is connected to them, whatever the hell they are. I'll try to pick up some sort of weapon before I get back to that mountain, and I'll get the truth to all of it, even if I have to gut a few of those creatures in the process. I'll set this right. I'll make everyone see it one way or another. It took me a few days to make that cross-country trip back to the broken-down old city, as I only traveled at night. I dyed my hair, mudded up my license plate, and even painted my camper a little bit to try and evade detection. I could only keep my fingers crossed that my meager attempt at a makeshift camouflage color scheme would be enough to not warrant any second glances from any police cars I may have inadvertently passed by. It wasn't pretty, but it did help a little when nesting the old girl behind whatever trees I found to hide out before sunrise. Even though I'd spent a good deal of my life since moving out of my mother's house on my own, I still felt almost cripplingly lonesome, especially on those long days hiding in my camper. I took some chances here and there, walking to local fast food joints and various stores for food and the like, but I always kept my head down and spoke as little as possible. Most of my gas stops were at night, and I would only use cash for my transactions. I pulled every cent I had out of the bank before giving the authorities a chance to lock me out, so I was sure I had enough to cover whatever I may need. Since Jordan had done the majority of the navigating from the passenger seat, I wasn't entirely certain I was going the right direction when I neared the border of the state that housed the ghost town. I ended up backtracking quite a few times, basically getting myself more lost. I didn't recognize anything the closer I got. I was sure I was, at least in the neighborhood. But I'd gotten so turned around, I had to find a new hiding spot for the day before I'd be able to continue after nightfall. I was yelling and cursing while I searched for a good place to park, feeling my face burn from the frustration of being so close, yet so far. When I finally found the day's resting area, I cut the engine off and just sat there, feeling as though my ears were billowing thick plumes of smoke while fighting against the urge to beat the hell out of my steering wheel. I stared through the windshield, focusing on calming my breathing while gazing upon yet another series of trees beyond the glass. I was growing incredibly tired of this whole ordeal, but I had little choice but to plunder on and just hope to God I could find a way to fix the train wreck my life had become. "You are not far off now, Alex," Jordan said from the passenger seat. "I can't tell. I feel like I've been driving in circles for the last few hours." Somehow I had felt her with me this whole time, and somewhere in my chaotic mind I knew she couldn't be, but I didn't question it when she spoke from beside me. Perhaps I just wanted her to still be alive so badly. Her sudden appearance was simply my own way to deal with everything. "I can help you find your way back there if you want," she said, giving me her classic playful smile. "Hell yes, I'm only getting myself more lost by the minute. Want to get going then. I can't risk it in the daytime. Can't fix this if I am behind bars. You know, we talked for a bit, just like we always did. No particular topic. Just one pointless subject led to the other. We laughed and joked about all the craziness of the last few days. though it felt quite the grim discussion to be making light of. Still, it felt amazing to have her by my side again, and her being there made me far more confident that I may actually be able to pull this off. After a while, we took a stroll to find a place to grab something to eat. She was still as bouncy and enthusiastic as she had been when we first parked that old camper beside those very woods we were headed back to, and her joy was just as contagious as always. By the time we found a local diner just off the road a mile or two from where we parked, I had almost forgotten how terrified I was about what lay ahead. I got some strange looks from the waitress and the guy behind the counter flipping burgers, as it would seem they could not see the person I was talking to, but the food tasted amazing nonetheless. After I noticed their erratic glances, I slid out of the seat to join my sister on the other side with my back to the staff of the small roadside cafe. Jordan chuckled, joking about how crazy I must have looked to them, but I attempted to keep my words and laughs to a minimum, as unusual a situation as it was. I think Jord and I were both aware that she wasn't exactly there, but it didn't bother us. In some ways, I think I just saw the girl whose company I shared as the restless spirit of my beloved sister, more so than a manifestation of my messed up mind. I generally didn't believe in such things, but not too long ago I didn't believe in creepy little skeleton creatures capable of altering people or reality either. Once my meal was done, I got up to pay when I saw the cook was now on the phone, cutting his eyes back at me on occasion. I felt my chest heaving again with the realization that the man may have recognized me, perhaps from the news or something. I just grabbed my change from the waitress and took off out the door. "Oh, we may want to run, Jord," I said, already quickening my pace. She looked as nervous as I felt, so we gunned it back in the direction of the camper. I'd hoped to get a little rest before heading back towards the ghost town, but I just knew we had to get back on the road as soon as possible. I drew the door to the camper open, climbing inside and locking it behind me. Jordan was already in the passenger seat when I slid into my spot at the helm, and I cranked her right up. "We're close, Alex. We can be there within an hour if you follow my lead." "We're that close. I was sure. Just go, get back on the highway, and take the first right you see." I thought I heard sirens off in the distance, but I hope to God I was just imagining it. Once I backed out of the trail between the trees, I floored it to get back to the highway. It should only be a few miles from where I was, but I could still make out what could have possibly been the approaching horde of officers, as if they were not far behind us. I felt the tires bounce in and out of the cracks and splits in the neglected road before the tarmac smoothed out. Once I pulled onto the highway. Just as Jordan yelled out, pointing towards the right turn we had to get on, the sirens grew significantly louder and were now accompanied by strobing lights from a ways behind us. "Fark!" I said, darting my eyes to my sister, who looked as worried as I. "Don't let up, baby brother," she barked directions from one road to the next, and things were beginning to feel familiar to me again. We were close, maybe only a few more miles to go, but I could now make out the front bumpers of our pursuers. I pressed the pedal as far as it would go, but there wouldn't be the slightest chance of escaping a police car in a rusty old camper, no matter how well I maintained her. I knew the road wasn't far ahead now, as though I could feel it. All of the trees to our right were overgrown and unkempt, just like the ones that covered the buckled city limit sign, but I highly doubted I could even hope to lose the cops chasing us down. My sister looked over her shoulder out the back window before glancing back at me. I could feel the tightened skin of my knuckles, as though the bones were about to tear through the flesh. "Just a little further," Jordan said with a certain intensity in her voice. "Keep going, Alex." She was right beside me, having apparently gotten out of her seat to talk directly into my ear. "You know the turn now, right? Yeah, Jord. I got this." "All right, kiddo. You hit that turn as soon as you get to it, and don't stop until you get to the other side. You got it? Yeah. Yord, I'll see you there. Okay? Yord. She just gave me a wink before running to the back of the camper and threw herself through the window, passing through the glass as though it weren't even there. Almost as soon as I saw the small gap in the trees ahead with the slightest rim of the corner edge of the once green city limit sign, I pressed down the brake pedal while cutting the wheels to the right. While I faced sideways in the road for maybe a second or two at most, I saw my sister slam into the police car closest to me, causing the driver to lose control. It quickly veered to the other side of the road, flipping onto its roof and over, as the one behind it screeched its tires to a halt before careening into the side of the other. I could still hear the slamming and crushing of metal against metal as I sped down the slender single-lane road towards the city. I breathed a heavy sigh after assuring myself that I was alone on the bumpy and pothole-filled pavement, with my pursuers having somehow been removed from the equation through the efforts of my deceased sister. It didn't make a damn bit of rational sense, but I didn't give it a second thought at the time. I hadn't had a chance to look upon the city with the sun shining down the last time we were here, but it strangely felt more ominous than it did after dark. Maybe it was simply the fact that I could make out the destruction of the little place in more vivid detail in the daylight. Perhaps it was nothing more than the reason I was here that led to the inherent foreboding in the recesses of my mind. Whatever the case, my hands were already beginning to tremble as I let off the gas a bit. I told myself I was just slowing my pace to more easily navigate the camper through the streets filled with rubble and debris, but I knew exactly what it was that caused me to no longer find myself in a rush. I could see the mountain ahead looming over the berg like a feral beast preparing to pounce. No matter what I may be facing, this was not a choice I had much control over. It was this or face the authorities and pay for the crimes I knew myself not to have committed, regardless of the facts that were handed to me. Maybe my sister did die when I was a kid, and my fragile and immature mind couldn't handle it, cracking under the weight of it, not unlike the tarnished pavement my wheels bounced across. Perhaps there was something else at play here, though, something I could potentially look upon very soon. It had been early when I got myself turned around and lost, so as I guided the old girl back onto the steeply inclined, slender and rough road behind the ghost town and saw the world falling into darkness around me, I couldn't help but find myself a bit more unsettled than I already was. I knew it wasn't long after leveling back out that we pulled over the last time I was here, but when I saw my own tire marks from our rapidly paced escape, I knew I had reached my destination. I sat in place, just glaring out into the trees for some time, unsure whether I was ready to venture out into the diseased and rotting trees. A good half hour or so of staring down the tree line, I lifted myself from the driver's seat, reached for my flashlight and the machete I had been able to pick up from the department store some miles back, and walked out of the arboui. My initial footsteps were reluctant ones, but once I walked into the grass still lined with the blackened leaves left in the wake of those who had chased us, I felt my pulse quickening again. It was then that I became aware of the noises, though they were somewhat more subdued than they were when they pulled me from my sleep, which felt like both long ago and only yesterday at the same time. With my blade in one hand and my guiding light in the other, I took a deep breath and forced one leg in front of the other once more as I wandered onwards towards the escalating sound. I noticed the blackened bark of the trees surrounding me oozing that same dark pus. I walked into the wide clearing, recalling the woods falling lifeless as those creatures chased after us. Everything around the now deflated tents was as sickeningly diseased as the things I headed in search of, as the mist gently caressed the forest floor. I continued onward towards the sound, which only grew louder and louder. It wasn't until I stepped from within the woods back into that circular clearing that I found myself stunned, unable to move my feet from the ground. The rotten and skeletal creatures all stood, sat, or perched in the center of the clearing. maybe 15 of them along together. Though I didn't exactly waste time counting them, each and every one of them had at least one hand gripped tightly onto my sister, who hovered above the ground as she had before. The flickering flame like orange lights of the things now shone brightly, somehow mimicking the light reaching from Jordan's mouth, nostrils, and eyes. They all looked as though they were in something of a trance, as their glows carved through the darkness in varying directions, spilling across the fog and blackened bark surrounding them. I noticed my sister's skin appeared charred around where the seemingly endless bony fingers grasped, but she did not look in any sort of pain as her gleeful expression would imply. She was beyond content. My mind fought to regain its composure to figure out what to do next. I still held my flashlight and machete, but my limbs ignored my pleas to do any more than hang limply at my side. "Move! Goddammit!" I commanded out loud, momentarily afraid I would prematurely gain the attention of the decayed little critters. I felt my left foot break free from the sticky ground, closely followed by my right. My arms still were not responding, but I would worry about that when I got closer to my goal. Those initial steps were slight, but each one gained more momentum than the last, finally garnering the aid of my arms. My mind was clearing more and more as my legs pursued each other, right, left, one after the other, until I could pick up the stench of those grotesque little creatures. Before I could allow myself to give it a second thought, I softly carved the blade into the throat of one of those things that lay sprawled out on the ground, with one hand wrapped around my sister's ankle. It didn't do so much as twitch as its voice left its sibling's chorus of madness, before the flickering flames of its eyes went dark as its hand slipped away from Jordan's legs, leaving only the scarring left by its grasp. I noticed how thin and malnourished she appeared. It wasn't easy to get a clear look at her through the creatures gathered around where she hovered, but it looked as though the life force was being drained from her. I could only assume that these things were somehow feeding on her, or being intoxicated by what they stole from her, but I would be damned if I was about to allow them to continue. But the realization that she had somehow been here possibly this whole time, I was prepared to do whatever it took to get her back, to really get her back this time. I tried to keep my actions as controlled as possible as I guided the blade into the decaying flesh of the grotesque creatures with my shivering hands. I could only hope to not alert those still entranced, as I left one after the other oozing their noxious, milky fluids onto the ground from their lifeless skeletal bodies. As I worked my way up to those hanging onto her arms, it was growing more difficult to keep my assault somewhat silent. The higher up they were, the farther they had to fall, landing with a nasty slapping sound onto their fallen comrades. I still carried on, slicing throats and carving fatal wounds onto the brittle and hardened meat. Each of them spraying that creamy and foul-smelling pus across my clothes, as the chorus of their horrendous howls were growing softer from more voices falling silent. I sped my movements, pulling my blade from one and almost instantly slicing into another. I found I was now having to step over the mounds of corpses that lined the ground beneath me, causing me to take far more care with my jabs and cuts, so as to not inadvertently slice into Jordan. I finally had to take something of a step back to clear some of the heap from the path. I was somewhat distracted while heaving the gruesome sacks of rotten flesh away from my sister's feet, audibly gagging more than once. By the time I realized my shadow was being cast across the body, I had already moved. I didn't have a chance to escape the blackened hands which latched onto my arms. As soon as I turned around, all 10 of the remaining flickering eyes gazed into mine while my skin began to burn. I screamed as I attempted to move my arms, but I couldn't so much as break free from the tight grip 2 of them held on to me with one hand each. But they were insanely strong for having such a seemingly weak and fragile frame. I kicked at their knees, causing them to shriek in a much more aggravated version of their maddening wails, but they still wouldn't release me. I continued to smack my heels against the bones on their legs while trying everything I could to pull away from them. The other three were bearing down on me now, each moving in those staggered and jerky motions. Finally, I got my left arm free. I frantically felt around for the machete I had stabbed into the ground, while I made my efforts to clear a pathway as another wrapped its fingers around my right arm just below where the other hand still grasped tightly. I felt my thumb brush against the hilt of my blade. I gave another loud yell, both from the incredible pain in my squashed flesh as well as the anguished desire to reach my weapon. I stretched my body as much as I could, grabbing onto the rubbery textured hilt while another burning hand grasped the upper thigh of my right leg. Finally, I freed the blade from the dead grass and dirt before swatting it down upon each of the arms of the creatures who held me in place. Their shared squeals blended with my own as the skeletal forearms separated from the hands which still held me tight. I leapt back as the quintet bore down on me now, revealing haggard and gaping mouths with more of that fiery glow emanating from within. Their stuttering movements quickened as they staggered at me, but I kept swinging my machete from one side to the other while I gathered my bearing. As I felt both of my feet secure themselves to the ground beneath me, I prepared to make my stand, no longer retreating. When the nearest one closed the gap between us, I sliced my blade across its midsection. The anguished howl erupted from its orifice. Again it grasped at its stomach, attempting to hold in the meaty entangled cords that spilled from behind the opening I made before one last swat from my gore-lined weapons silenced it for good. I leapt towards the next two, which staggered side by side towards me until I carved deep into the chest of the one on the left before hacking a gash into the neck of the other. When they fell to the ground, I struck them both again just to be sure the deed was done. Only two remained, each of whom had begun to back away from me, but I would be damned if I was about to let them escape their shared fate. I dug the machete right through the upper torso of the next in line, before rearing back with all my might to separate the head from the spewing neck of the last. I stood there, heaving deep and exhausted breaths, while continuing to slice through the meat and tissue of each and every one of my victims, until I was damn sure that they would never grip their bony tendrils around anyone else ever again. I gripped at my side while buckling over, retching across the widely strewn mounds of gore I had scattered across the forest floor. I gasped for breath as my erratic lungs begged for me to take control and regulate my frenzied heartbeat. I gazed across the darkened area as the glowing from my sister was now the only thing illuminating the circular clearing. I looked around for my flashlight, but realized it was more than likely buried under the mass of rotten meat and bone, something I was not about to root through. I finally stepped toward my sister, not remotely hesitating before throwing my arms around her, pulling her close while begging her to awaken from her catatonic state. As I held her, I couldn't tell if my own feet were lifting from the ground or if she was descending to where I stood, but when the darkened forest dissolved before my eyes, I suddenly didn't care one way or the other. My entire body, not my entire being, was filled with such ecstasy as I had never even imagined possible. It felt as though I had escaped the body which imprisoned me, allowing me to soar above reality itself. Within what seemed to be no more than seconds, I watched my life play out before what I could only assume to be my mind's eye. I saw the child who would grow to be the man I could be being brought into this world before taking my first steps, my first run, my first kiss, and my first love. I just watched on as though I were living a movie, as I married the amazing woman I had known since junior high. I viewed the travels we would share together along with the heartache of the struggles we would endure, but even the tears filled me with such awe, I could barely rationalize my thoughts. As one life ended, another began, as though I were switching the channels of a television tuned to a realm of possibilities. When I would come across a life I didn't care for, I found I could simply fast forward to the next. I saw myself go through so many trials and hardships, yet so many more wonders that showed me hope that pure and exhilarated joy can truly exist. "It's so goddamn beautiful," I heard myself whisper. But it was far removed from where I was as I gazed into the endless wonders of what could be. I was vaguely aware of the moans and whimpers as they left my mouth. But that was not where I lived anymore. My body was little more than a dream I no longer cared to take part in. It was an old beaten-down car that I saw no reason not to leave deserted on the side of the road. Even when I became aware of fingers tightly wrapping themselves around my arms, I did not care. Let them have it, I thought. I didn't especially want it anymore. I felt the sensation of the vessel I once occupied being shaken with something of a jarring that threatened to send me falling back into it. My grip on the wonders I viewed and somehow lived all at once began to slip, causing the experience to fragment slightly. I fought to maintain my connection with my soul, practically begging not to be pulled away. A voice called out from miles away, somewhere beyond the realm I struggled to remain in. There was a sudden and somewhat alarming pain that shot across what was once my face, causing my awareness to falter. The distant voice screamed from much closer than before. Something inside me became heavy, a weight I was once familiar with, something tangible that I began to crave ever so slightly. It was almost like hunger, though I didn't know if that was the right word. "Alex, snap out of it. Damn it." Another sharp and more shocking pain pulled me from the glorious oasis of the place beyond reality. I felt my body toppling back to the ground, momentarily confused as to what I was looking at. My eyes burned, feeling as though I hadn't used them in years. I was struggling to remember how to function within my body when I finally looked into the kind and loving eyes of my sister, which practically thrust my mind back to the awareness of what led me here in the first place. The tears spilled down her sunken cheeks, while her lips quivered in a strained attempt to smile. I wrapped my arms around her and thought I could feel her ribs right below the surface, her heart rapidly beating against my own, causing a warmth to spread through me I never thought I would again. I could already see signs of life returning to the forest behind us, assuring me that I had indeed put an end to those creatures who fed on my sister's bliss like a drug. As I guided the camper through the streets of the city from times long gone, I was quite reluctant at what we may be facing back in the real world. Yes, I had retrieved my sister, something I hadn't believed possible, but I still hadn't actually changed anything, or so I thought at the time. I pulled out of the slender road and back onto the highway next to the tarnished and warped city limit sign, seeing no sign of any wreckage that could have potentially been left by the police cars that chased after me. There weren't even any tire marks on the road from where I knew at least one of my pursuers had screeched onto the tarmac. I pulled up to a 24-hour diner just as the sun was beginning to rise. Jordan had been sleeping for the last hour or so, but I had to get some food into her incredibly malnourished body. She didn't wake up until I returned with some burgers and fries for us, and though she was quite groggy at first, she enthusiastically wolfed the meal down like it was the first thing she'd eaten in weeks. I didn't give her a choice about heading to the first emergency room I could find. Well, the first one, far enough from the old ghost town anyway. Even if I was confident our nightmare may be reaching its end, I still wanted to be nowhere near that damn place. By the time we stopped for the night, she actually didn't resist my recommendation, and given her weakened state, the nurse didn't waste any time getting her back to see a doctor. I also had to be treated for the hand-shaped burn marks on my arms, but while mine bore the oozing pinpricks, Jordan's did not this time. I could only assume that whatever infected her before was now coursing through my veins, but the hospital staff managed to get it under control before any blackened veins began to spiderweb from within. Jordan was kept in the hospital for a good week while she regained her strength, during which time I made some calls and checked online to see what I may still be facing. I reluctantly reached out to my mom, which was a conversation that did not at all go down like I was expecting. She assured me that she and her husband, my father, had lost their son when he was only a child, and the prank I was playing was nothing short of cruel. The more I insisted that I was who I claimed to be, the more enraged she grew, threatening to call the police. I hung up the phone, shocked by the revelation that I apparently did not belong here. I attempted to reach out to a few of my other contacts, but the numbers that still led to who I expected didn't know me either. Jordan and I talked a good deal about this, but she assured me that she still had my back, no matter what. When she was ready to be released from the hospital, we resumed our cross-country trek back to the town. I no longer had a place in, but at least I had my sister, the only person I could ever count on. Over the course of the journey back home, I began to feel an almost overpowering weakness, forcing me to yield the responsibility of driving the old camper to Jordan. Given the fact that she was far healthier than I had found her behind those ancient trees, she took no hesitation in accepting the task. Yes, she was still quite withered and was slowly recovering her strength, but her scars were almost completely faded, and she was already back to that energetic and youthful woman I had always loved. By the time our road trip came to its close, I could barely keep my eyes open for more than a few minutes at a time. Jordan insisted I let her take me to a hospital, but I had a feeling I knew what was happening. I didn't belong in this world, just as she had not belonged in the one that left me labeled a murderer. I have no regrets. All things considered, I think this is still a better outcome than being locked away for the rest of my life, or even being put to death for the crimes I did not commit. I just hope that Jordan will get through this. She's the best person I've ever known, and I am just grateful I was able to get her back home, even if it's one I cannot join her in. It would seem this is the end of my story, but I thank you for hearing me out. I don't think I can record anymore now. It's getting harder to focus by the second, but that's it. My name is Jordan Renee Thompson, and it would seem until recently I had a brother. I don't remember him well since he died when I was around 9 years old, but I know it hit Mom and Dad pretty hard. He was like 2, I think, when we lost him, but I can't say I really knew him, you know. He had a lot of medical issues, so he had to be kept in a sterile environment. I was always made to stay away from him, but only for his own good. I still felt bad when it got the better of him, though. I am 30 now, and I am part of a sort of think tank group of paranormal researchers. We were looking into this old ghost town that was apparently once called Centralia, but it took us a lot of work to even get that much information. My colleagues wanted to do some more looking into it before checking it out, but I think my curiosity got the better of me, and I headed across the state to see it for myself. When I got there, even though I was immediately intoxicated by the melancholy beauty of the broken-down old place, something, I guess, called to me from the mountain that stood behind it. I know that sounds like some crazy psychic cat lady shit, but that's the best way I can describe it. Before I knew it, I was weaving through the streets in my hand, me-down camper, and speeding up the steep hillside road somewhere along the line. I sort of blacked out and didn't even come out of it until I just fell to the ground in the middle of an open space in the woods. I don't remember much, but there was a boy there, sort of floating above the ground. I know it sounds nuts, right? That's not even the weirdest part, though, at the time. I knew him. Not just that, but I knew him as my brother, like totally forgetting that he died when I was a kid. I snapped him out of the trance he was in, and we booked it back to the camper, but it was our camper, not just mine. Crazy, right? So even though it had only been a little while from my perspective, I was all skin and bones like I hadn't eaten for a month or something, and I had these burn marks all over my body and legs. Alex, my brother, got me to a hospital, and it took a week or so for me to get back on my feet, but by the time we headed back home, he was in bad shape. He asked me to finish what he was writing and post it online, but when I read it, I couldn't even believe what I was seeing. You know, I guess I was already myself again by the time he just vanished. That's right. I took the luggage back into my house, came back out, and he was just gone. Anyway, Even though I didn't see him as my brother after I got my mind right, I know he helped me, so finishing his story and posting it is the least I can do. It does make me a bit sad if everything he had written was true, because it doesn't sound like we would have been pretty close if my brother had survived. It's weird because even though I know who I am and what my life has been, I miss him, you know. I feel like we'd only just met, but I'd known him for years at the same time. I do wonder where he is now, though. Maybe I'll never know, but I hope it's somewhere happy. I think he deserves that. For some reason, I am crying right now, like I feel as if my heart is breaking. It's like I've lost a part of me. I never knew I had, if that makes sense at all. I am not sure if I'll ever really come to grips with everything that happened, but I hope I will. Maybe my kid brother is still out there somewhere, in some magical place beyond the walls of reality. Of course, it's very possible that I am still there too. The blood-sucking monster. A couple of truths for you before I begin my story. Litherlax lives in the puddle on the Huron River back trail. This is true. Every kid north of the river knows it as such, and I can see what you are thinking. I know what comes to mind when I use the word puddle. A small, shallow patch of water at the edge of a path. Maybe something to step into for a little splash. Well, Litherlax's puddle is nothing like this. Sprawling and vast, it covers an entire stretch of the aforementioned back trail, overgrown and bordered with mossy green rotted fence. And it's always there, always, even at the end of the warmest summer days, the hottest, driest summer weeks, the puddle remains. It never shrinks or evaporates, and when it rains, it bloats and swells to truly monstrous size, like a lake more than anything else. It's raining now, actually. The drops fall thick and fast under the surface of Litherlax's puddle. Another truth for you. Litherlax steals children. We don't know why, and we don't know what for, but he takes them on their way home from school, at night sometimes, and they never come back. We walk in groups for that very reason, even the unpopular kids, the loners. We all walk in little squads. We make detours and take illogical routes to ensure that everyone has someone else beside them right up into their own street. Because of these measures, there aren't really any loners or unpopular kids anymore, which is nice, I guess. A shame about the circumstances, but it is what it is. I tightened my grip on my baseball bat, a low-grade weapon to be sure, but I lacked the courage to take a knife from the rack in the kitchen. A curious thing for me to say, I guess, considering that I now stand at the entrance to the home of a monster. But I would rather do this than have to face my mother and justify the thievery of a knife. It's a different kind of courage, I guess. Tyler stands to my left. He rubs the Band-Aid on his elbow. The rain splashes on the peak of his cap. Faded blue, gone gray with age. He wields a hammer, taken from his dad's toolbox. I guess I doubt the man would care. Anna stands to my right, hair tied back, and beneath the plastic yellow of a raincoat. She holds a hockey stick, like a staff, in her left hand. She looks at me, her deep brown eyes full of anxiety. It feels weird being here as a group of three. Our fourth has been taken by Litherlax. He has been taken away, like so many before him, into the depths of the puddle on the Huron River back trail. I take a deep breath of the chilled, wet, late afternoon air. I turn to the boys behind us. Their names aren't important for now, but there are a couple of grades above us. Bullies, basically. The types who enjoy harassing others for their own amusement. But there is no harassment today. They stand as a solemn trio, beautiful sentinels. The boy in the front steps forward. I saw your friend leave by himself. I could have called out to him. I could have made the decision to walk with him, but I didn't. I chose not to, and he was taken. I am sorry. Bro, I am sorry to all of you. I nod in return, but say nothing as the rain falls fast all around. I know all of this already, of course, but I allow him to say it. We'll stand guard here until the sun sets. We can't stay any longer than that. You know this, Jake? I nod for a second time, but still say nothing. We'll keep you safe. Nothing will follow you down, and nothing sick will come back up. We'll stand guard. He pauses. I hope you find your friend. The wind blows. I murmur a grave but genuine thank you in reply, and turn back to the great puddle. We are surrounded by trees here, and a misty haze borders the edges of our vision. It gives the back trail an unsettling, otherworldly quality. Here we go then, I guess. Tyler mutters to my left. He gives the band-aid on his arm a last rub, smoothing it back into place, and holds the hammer tight in his hand. He's scared, we all are. No one goes down after Litherlax. I mean, it's insane. And yet, enough is enough. If we don't try and put a stop to this now, then when our friend has been taken and he needs to be saved. It's as simple as that. Dylan. His name is Dylan. And Tyler takes a step, and then another, and then with a splash his foot comes down into the water at the edge of the puddle. Anna stares beside him, and a shiver of goosebumps shoots up across my arms. We're actually doing this. We're going down after Litherlax. Tyler pauses for a moment, gathering himself perhaps, and then, calmly and coolly, he continues his walk, about 7 or 8 feet into the puddle. We watch as he starts to descend, as if marching down unseen steps. He sinks lower and lower into the water. It comes up to his knees, and then to his waist, and still he descends. It's a bizarre spectacle, but it's what we were expecting. Tyler starts to freak out as the water reaches his chest, and I don't blame him. To be fair, he panics, and the illusion is immediately lost. He stumbles and slips in the water. To hear is a great splash, and he is momentarily obscured by a flurry of white spray. And then there he is, lying on his chest in the puddle, a puddle which really doesn't seem all that deep at all. He grumbles angrily to himself and rises to a stand, repositioning his cap. The water, which mere seconds ago came up to his chest, now barely covers his feet. He starts to splash back towards us as he drips from the front of his shirt. I am sorry, he says through the rain. It was harder than I thought it would be. It's okay, I reply. You lost focus. Is all you have to forget the water is there. Just keep going down. Easier said than done. Though obviously I think to myself as my heart pounds in anticipatory fear. Tyler stops as he returns to her side, and he looks at me. Anna does the same. The implication is clear. It's my turn to try. I squirm, but steady my nerves. All right, here we go. I say quietly, and then I set out across the grass and into the waters of the puddle, a little quicker than I should, perhaps, but I am trying to stave off the urge to turn and run back the opposite way. Any second now, any second. I try not to react as I feel my foot come down lower than one would expect into the shimmering water, reflecting in gray the overcast sky up above. I keep pace, fist clenched, breathing steady, and down I go, step by step. The water rises up to my knees step by step, up to my waist, and then up to my chest. This is how far Tyler was able to get, but I am able to go further. The water rises up to my neck. It's cold, it's so cold. The rain is loud against the water beside my ears. I take a breath, and I close my eyes, and my head dips below the surface. I keep walking down, The sound of the rain is muffled and grows quickly fainter and fainter above me. The water feels thin somehow, not quite as thick as water is supposed to be, down and down. Step by step, I try releasing my breath as I descend. I feel nor hear no bubbles come rushing from my lips. So I try for a cautious intake and find that I am able. I open my eyes and come to the bottom of the stairs. Ahead stretches a long, straight, and wide corridor, grand like the kind you would find in a mansion. The walls are a deep, rich red-brown, and the carpet is a moss-like green. I lift a hand and examine myself. The sensation is a curious one, as my movements have definitely been dulled, and the objects caught in my line of sight waver so steadily, but my motion still feels closer to amidst air than amidst water, if that makes any sense to you. I turn around. My vision wobbles gently as I do so. After a second or two, it is settled, and I see behind me a set of wide and imposing stairs. They ascend up and up to the shimmering, and through the shimmering watery veil-like ceiling woe. A set of feet appear through this veil. Down they come, to be followed by a plastic yellow raincoat. Anna, her eyes are screwed tight shut, and she's clearly holding her breath. But as she draws closer and closer to the bottom of the stairs, she cautiously opens an eye and then another. Seeing me standing here as I am, she finds the courage to try breathing and finds that she is able. "This is so weird, Jay," she murmurs. Her voice is a little distorted. She walks across the grass-like carpet to the nearest wall and looks up at the paintings that are hung there. "Have you seen these? I've noticed them, but haven't studied them closely. They hang at regular intervals and trail all the way down both walls and into the corridor's far distance." I step up beside her for a closer look. The painting, and indeed all the paintings, by the look of it, are of children. The one in front of Anna and me is of a girl about 12 or 13 in age. I don't think she's from this decade. I would certainly raise an eyebrow if I saw somebody on the street with such a hairstyle and curious choice in clothes. Tyler had made his way down the stairs. Now he tugs his hat a little tighter down onto his head, afraid perhaps that it's going to float away. "What the hell is this place?" he wonders aloud. "It's certainly not quite what we were expecting." "Come on," I say to them. "Let's get moving." And so we do. We start to walk down the long corridor, illuminated by quaint chandeliers hung up against the ceiling. Our shadows, many as they are, seem to ripple softly against the carpet. I look at the paintings as we pass them by, nerves racing. The more we pass, the more the clothes and styles start to become familiar. Some of the kids look as young as 5, some, like the first girl, in their mid-teens, but none of them are smiling. They look out at us. Passers-by with expressions of longing and loneliness. They're haunting in their authenticity. It's subtle at first, and it takes a while for us to notice. But after about 15 or 20 minutes of walking, it becomes clear that the carpet is longer than it was before, even wilder. It sprouts up in places like grass or weeds, like moss drifting in a river. As we walk, this weed-like grass rises higher. It reaches our knees as the corridor comes at last to an end. 40 or 50 minutes from the stairs, the corridor opens and widens into a great hall. Pillars tempered with iris and watery green ferns mark the corners. A pedestal of chipped white stone stands in the center, and the carpet reaches almost to its peak. "There's something coming," Anna murmurs, and the hairs in the back of my arms bristle and rise. We huddle a step closer together, us 3 warriors beneath the puddle of the Huron River back trail. Movements catch my eye, but I can't tell if it's legitimate or a trick of our shimmering surroundings. The grass, like weeds of the carpet, waver in the thick, wet, breezeless air. Anxiety rises. Tyler tightens his grip on the hammer, a motion that makes noise. Anna starts to nervously hum a little tune. It's a habit of hers, her reasoning, is that characters in horror movies are never taken or killed while singing an upbeat tune. This evening, she has chosen the theme to the old sitcom, Perfect Strangers. We listen to the melody as we await the arrival of some monstrosity from one of the off-shooting corridors. Litherlax himself, perhaps. Who knows? Tyler eventually snaps. Cut it out already, Anna. You are not helping. She does so wordlessly, and I can almost feel the flood of regretful, immediate guilt flowing out of Tyler and into the hall. I am Saw, he says at once. I am just nurse. It's okay, she says. Here is another long pause, rich with tension, and I pick up the tune where Anna left off whistling. She joins in, as does Tyler, and we begin to push deeper into the hall, steadily approaching the pedestal in the center. The snake appears when we're about 3 or 4 feet away, a deep greenish gray. It blends in well with the surrounding grass, and we come to an instant stop as it slithers out from the weeds around the pedestal. It goes and goes, around and around, until it is coiled upon its perch, staring down at us with 2 unblinking golden eyes. Its tongue flickers briefly out, and then retracts at once. It looks from Tyler to Anna, and then to me. It opens its mouth, and I found myself curiously unsurprised to hear it speak. Its voice is deeper than I would have expected for such a creature, and its tone is low and steady. But you have made a mistake in coming here. Children, the snake tells us. Its tongue flickers out again. Others have crept below in search of friends and family. You are not the first. Were they successful? I asked the reptile. Did they save their friends from Litherlax? For this creature is not the great he. I feel it on an intuitive level. Litherlax lies. The snake replies with respect. That is not what I asked. The snake uncoils a little, slowly lowering its head a few inches closer towards me. I stand my ground, but both he and I notice the adjustment of the hammer in Tyler's hand to my left. I wouldn't try it, boy. The snake says to him, I may be large, but I am quicker by far. You would be dead before the weapon was even raised. Have you seen our friend? Anna interjects. Her soft tone diffuses the tension by a degree or two. Our friend Dylan. The snake pauses. He turns to her and tilts his head in thought. Dylan. Is that the name you say? Yes. The snake's tongue darts out and flickers before us. He pulls back with a sigh. Then I am afraid you are simply too late, and Litherlax does not. It is too late. Your friend has been drained. Turn back, lest the same fate befall the 3 of you. Please. I turned back. My heart pounds with panic, but I step forward, pointing a finger at the creature on the pedestal. No, I say that can't be right. Bolin is braver than all of us. He's the best of us. He would never let himself get drained. Alas, I saw it with my own eyes. He is gone. Turn back while you can. Litherlax roams these corridors. My heart rate settles just a little. He fell for the trick. I lower my hand to give the snake a quick, dry grimace. I think you are lying to us, reptile. You don't seem to know much about human names. Dylan isn't a she. Dylan is a he. Your eyes may be unblinking, but I think you saw nothing. The snake adjusts his position and hisses from the back of his throat. So, we're going to continue on our way. If you try to stop us, then we'll fight you. I don't want to do that, and neither do you. So let's just go our separate ways and in good faith. The snake raises his head. You are foolish. Danger and despair await you down these corridors. I implore you to turn back and save yourself the heartache and the pan. We aren't going to turn back, says Tyler. We won't. Then you are doomed, replies the snake. And down he goes, uncoiling down the pedestal. He creeps back into the grass of the carpet and slithers away, quickly lost from sight amongst the weeds. 3 further corridors branch away from this hall, and the one that leads ahead seems as good a choice to take as any. So we soldier on, pushing through the green as Litherlax awaits in the deep. We round the central stone column and leave the hall behind, marching onwards down the overgrown corridor. We do not dwell on the rumbling that echoes behind and beyond the ornate walls. Dran Anna murmurs after a while, "That's what the snake said." "Well, the snake was lie," Tyler replies. If he had actually seen Dilline, then he wouldn't have fallen for Jake's trick. No, Anna says, "I mean drained." Like, what did he mean by drained? Tyler has no answer. Probably best to not think about it. I said quietly as the kids in the portraits watched us pass by. Anna murmurs in reluctant agreement. The corridor stretches on. The ever-present thread of our limited time presses against the back of my head. Litherlax's puddle can only be entered towards the day's end. But when the sun sets and night falls, that's when the creatures return to the water. The clock ticks, and, as if in response to these thoughts, a distant and watery voice echoes down from the ceiling. It reverberates softly through the walls. The voice of one of the sentinel trio up above and guarding the puddle. Jake comes the far-away voice, and we pause to listen. The creatures have begun their crawl to the water. We can keep them back for now, but they're coming. Be as quick as you can, bro. We hasten along, hearts pounding in tune. The corridor rounds a corner and ends abruptly at a dining room of sorts. There is a deserted bandstand in the corner, and a podium for a non-existent server to welcome the guests. The tables are many, and they are draped in lily-pad, leaf-like cloth. Half the walls are covered in portraits, but only half the walls further ahead, through all the visible open doorways, are bare. Tyler gently knocks my arm with the butt of his hammer and points, and we follow his gaze. A short, squat figure facing away from us hums softly to himself in the corner of the dining room. He's a painter of some kind, working away at a sheet of rich paper stretched across an easel canvas. With nerves of steel we creep through the room, the sound of our slow movements dulled by the thickness of the air around us. Closer we approach, closer and closer, and it becomes apparent that the figure is no man. What we had mistaken for a gray jacket is merely the shading of his slimy skin that is tinged and tipped in green. His feet are webbed and legs bowed. He is, proportionally speaking, an enormous frog, though one no taller than I. I nod to Tyler, and the boy reaches out. He grabs the frog roughly by the shoulder. The amphibian promptly squeals in distress and is shoved to the ground. His paintbrushes go clattering to the floor, and the sharpened side of Tyler's hammer is pressed against his neck. Anna's hockey stick and my own bat are pointed right down to his face as his bulging eyes dart from person to person. He croaks and struggles. "What are you doing here?" He blurts, "Abba, you aren't victims. Unhand me, filth. Where is our friend? And don't mess with us. We already dealt with your pal, the snake." Tyler is careful to leave our interaction ambiguous, and the frog's eyes widen in fear. "Who?" He stutters his words. "Who is your friend?" "Dolan." "Dylan. He's the one in your ping," says Anna softly, with a chill. I turn to look. The painting is only half finished. There remains a great deal of shadow and realism still to be added, but the portrait's occupant is clear. It's Dylan. All right. The frog's eyes flicker from Anna to the painting in the back. "The others will be here soon," he murmurs. "They will take you to Litherlax if he hasn't found you already." The walls rumble. "And where is he?" I reiterate. "The boy in your painting." "We aren't leaving until we find him." The frog's throat swells anxiously throbbing. "You are too late. By the time the painting's finished, the boy will be drained. Well, then we aren't too late, are we? I replied coolly. It isn't finished. The frog struggles, but Anna presses the hockey stick against his slippery green skin, and Tyler adjusts his distribution of weight. I lean in closer. But we'll kill you if we have to, slave of Litherlax. I didn't want to kill this thing. I have no desire to, and probably wouldn't if it came down to it. But if scaring him will make him tell us where to find our friend, then so be it. The frog whimpers in dismay. If he doesn't get his vips, he whispers. But then he comes for us, the pondfolk. We do what we have to do, chide. Which way? The frog's eyes darted to one of the off-shooting corridors, and I nodded. He'll drain you, the frog squeaks. But that's a risk we're happy to take. I said, this next part gives me no pleasure, but we can't afford to take any risks. These creatures from otherworldly domains, they speak in riddles and half-truths. I am sure of it. By the time that the painting is finished, the boy will be drained, and I say, unpin his arm. Anna presses forward with the hockey stick and puts all her weight upon it, trapping the hands and arms of the frog above his head against the mossy green ground. Wait, no, let me go. He struggles in panic. I am sorry, I say, but your painting, is it connected to the fate of the children? The frog does not respond. I clench my jaw. The painting? Is it important? Is there anything more that we need to know? The frog stares back at me defiantly. Silently, angrily, Tyler speaks up. What if we were to break your hands? Huh? What if you couldn't finish the portrait? Number tricks. The frog croaked. Then it screamed at Don. And his tongue darts out from his mouth like a fist, slapping wetly into Tyler's eye. The boy cries out and reaches up for it, freeing the frog's neck from the hammer. The frog shifts and kicks out, knocking Anna back with a powerful leg, and with a sharper traction of his tongue, he's free. I jump for him, but the creature is too slippery. He pushes me off and bounds away through the halls, croaking and warbling and warning as loud as he can. To hear is no way that we'll be able to catch up. Each of his hops might as well have been 10 paces or more. I point to the easel as my heart races. Pull care of that painting already on it, Anna replies as she rolls it up and stuffs it into her coat. By doing so, another picture on the floor besides the easel is knocked over. This one looks complete, but for its framing. I don't get a good look at it before it lands, however, and it is quickly obscured from sight. Hey, let's get moving on. If they didn't know that we were here before, they do now. Come on, this way. And together, we ran down the route that the frog implied, ow, from the dining hall, and past a multitude of curious rooms. One contains a garden of sorts, another a collection of statues. The air seems to grow thicker as we run. It becomes harder and harder to push our limbs forward and onwards. Our run slows into a jog even at full ett. Gah, I murmur through grunts. It shouldn't be this difficult. We push on into another white hall. No tables in this one, though just a statue of a grim-faced toad, blindfolded and wielding in its hand a set of scales held in precarious balance. They've started getting through. Guides comes that distant and distorted voice from the world above. Entity is too many. We can't stop them all. Hurry, they're coming. I study the statue. The scales are held at an angle, and each of the weighing pans point down a different corridor. We're close now. I can feel it. And here is a choice to be made. I let out a low sigh and adjusted my stance. And as I do so, a curious thing happens. A trickle of bubbles escapes my lips and drifts up high, where they are lost in the shimmering light of the ceiling. Here is a pause as both Tyler and Anna stare in horror, and Tyler drops his hammer in fear. It falls slower than it should. Bubbles start pouring from his mouth as he gasps, and to hear is no air. He cries out, and it seems for a terrible moment as if his suspension of disbelief is lost for him. The illusion is broken. How are we even able to breathe down here? I can't get in it. He falls to his knees and clutches his throat, rasping. It's just war, he shrieks. War. Tyler, Anna, and I crouch down beside him. You can talk, you can breathe. We're doing so now, and you can do the same. It's thick and it's wet, but it's air. Come on. Breathe in and out. Tyler's face is turning red. He panics, spluttering and joking. Come on, breathe in and out. And he struggles. He tries to match our breathing to do so. At first, it causes him great distress, but he calms himself down, and the bubbles slow their streaming. His breathing slowly syncs up with ours, and gradually he regains control. A minute or more, perhaps, and the bubbles stop entirely. Tyler wipes a sheen of sweat from his forehead. I've cost us time. I am sore. Hey, it's all right, I say to him, but he is right. We raise our heads as the statue before us starts to shake. A voice rumbles through the walls, but this is not the voice of any of the teenagers up above, of the trio guarding the puddle, nor of any low frog or snake. This is a voice much lower, much darker, much angrier. The voice sends a tremor of dreamlike fear pouring and splashing like cascading waves through my body. It is his voice, I am certain, as it surely can be the voice of no other. Litherlax, intruders in my hall. I smell your blood. Children on the surface, do not face me if you would face me. Come meet your aunt and be done with it. I turn to the corridor on the right, almost instinctively. That's where he is. Litherlax awaits down the corridor to the right, but down the corridor to the left. There is a movement, a person and child. T is another child down here in this place. A small girl, maybe just over half our age, appears anxiously around the corner, one hand pressed to the wall as she looks at us uncertainly. Abul, hey, are you okay? I call out to her. She panics, she slips and stumbles and turns. The disheveled nature of her hair and clothes is made briefly clear, and she disappears away. Come back, Anna shouts, but the girl does not. Anna starts to go after her, and then stops, pausing and looking at me. They both do her, and Tyler. I glance from corridor to corridor, and at the statue between them. Time ticks away, rumbles the ethereal voice of Litherlax from the depths of the unknown. Come now, or Nev. Jay? Anna asked desperately. What do we do? I fumble for the words. Time ticks indeed. If we go after Litherlax, then we will likely never see the girl again, so she'll be doomed down here. But if she has survived down here for so long already, then who's to say she won't survive a little bit longer? But you don't know how long she's been down here, Jake. They might be hunting her at this exact moment. She's younger than Dylan, though far younger. What chance does she have alone? Hell, maybe it's a trap. My decision, however, is made for me. It is made for me, and I do not have to stress the guilt of choosing one over another. Tyler breaks off from the group, reaching down and grabbing up his hammer, running as fast as he's able. Given our surroundings, he heads down the corridor to the left after the girl. Turning back over his shoulder, he shouts, "Go find Dylan. Don't wait up for me. Just save him and get yourselves out of here. Go!" He disappears from sight around the corner. I grab Anna by the sleeve of her raincoat and drag her to the right, and together we run in desperate pursuit of our friend and the monster that took him below. The thick green-gray of the carpet, reeds and water grass is now almost waist-high, and it brushes wetly against us as we push on through the corridor, ignoring the occasional bursts of bubbles dispelled from our movements through the undergrowth. The air is thick now and heavy. The walls, as grand as they are slimier. The reek of the place grows stronger and stronger as we pass by room after room. The reek is litherlax. I am sure of it. And we're close now. Every time we round a corner, I think that this might be it. This might be the one. But the corridor stretches unmaddeningly. They are come, echoes the voice of our guardians above the surface of the puddle. The pond folk return to the puddle. Do you think that'll be okay? Anna pants breathlessly. Tyler, do you think he'll be all right without us? I don't know. We get to focus on Dylan first, one hurdle at a time. We go for Dylan. The light is changing ahead. Since the beginning, an aura of subtle blue-green has tinted our surroundings, but that ends at the next corridor. Viscous red shadows are thrown from stone ornaments against the walls. As I breathe in, I can taste the faint tang of something metallic and bitter. Anna shoots me a glance. I read her mind in the expression. Litherlax. We slow to a cautious stop, hearts pounding, and creep around the final corner, ducking behind a statue of an eel, coiled and silent. My innards clench in revulsion at the sight that lies ahead. The corridor ends in the largest room so far, a great and kingly hall with a single long table that extends almost from wall to wall. The wild grass-like life of the carpet is less obvious here. The floors are clearly carefully maintained and often trimmed. There are windows in the wall, the first that I've seen, but beyond the colorful stained glass is only a gently swirly and watery mist. Each window is flanked by statues of Litherlax himself, and the great table is covered sickeningly and carelessly in the bodies of his victims. I feel a sharp pain and realize that Anna is perhaps unconsciously clenching my hand in terror. The bodies have indeed been drained. Here is no other word for it. Drained, as warned the snake, as warned the frog. They are all children, and they are all long dead. Their eyes look blindly out of nothing from the hollows of their heads. They are little more than veinless skins of white and gray, pulled taut across the skeletons within, piled and sprawled across the tablecloth from end to end. My teeth clench hard, and I raise my gaze. The frog is here too, beyond the table at the far side of the room. His shadows are many in red, cast from the ruby chandelier that hangs overhead. His neck is craned back. He croaks and throws out his arms and pleads with the very creature that we have come all this way to see. The colossus upon his enormous throne of cold and mossy red stone. He is Litherlax, a bulging, leaking, and writhing leech, monstrous in size. His squirming sends ripples of disgusting noise reverberating around the walls, slimy and shiny and black. He pulsates grotesquely, and the reddish light from the chandelier catches in the faint scarlet markings that run all the way down his various segments. His middle is thickened and bloated and heaving, and the only distinguishing feature that differentiates his head from his tail is a throbbing, distended ring coated in black ooze that now hangs menacingly above the quivering, pleading frog. But it makes no sense, for Harlan, the great leet, he warbles. His mouth does not move in time to the words. Rather, they seem to seep from the membrane of his very skin. I do not understand how they found the strength to breathe. You assured me that the air was thicker than human children could handle. One forceful exertion it should be. Oh, Litherlax, the great drainer. They must have tricks. They are sneaky, arrogant, and stupid. Litherlax's voice drops an octave. His wet and pulsing mouth lowers closer to the anxious frog. May as not, for excuse. Tell me at least, did you finish the portraits? Are they ready for hanging in my gallery? For Harling, the frog squirms from leg to leg. I finished the first, little legs king the girl. Little legs rumbles, and he draws back, oozing from his ring of lips, and onto his straw with a splatter. That will do then, or not? Anna and I exchange a fearful look. The girl? Does he mean the young one in the corridor? The one that Tyler ran after? Our question is answered immediately, however, and we are wrong. Litherlax slithers round in a quick half-circle, his lower body thrumming excitedly as he reaches up to the high ceiling. We follow his movements and gasp. Anna slams a hand over her mouth. I can't believe that we didn't see them sooner. In cages colored in the same patterns as the ceiling, hung from great long chains, are two children, a girl of about 14 and Dylan. Bring the cages around and open the furt, for Harlan darts to the edge of the room and pulls on a great gray lever, freeing a metal wheel in the wall, which he then spins around in a slippery grip with a great clank and grinding of gears unseen. The cages, following some kind of rusted rail, jerk awkwardly along their routes and closer to the center of the room, above the great table. J. Anna hisses, "What are we going to do?" But I don't know. I don't know what to do. The cage with the teenage girl in it starts to descend, swinging on its chain as it does so, and then 6 or so feet above the table, the floor of the cage slams open, and the girl falls screaming to the pile of corpses below. And with the speed surprising for his bulbous and bloated size, Litherlax darts forward. His gray-black, oozy ring of lips peels sickeningly back to reveal 3 pinkish-gray, beak-like jaws. "Please," the girl cries out in panic, bubbles pouring from her mouth as she throws up her hands in meager defense. But she stands no chance. Litherlax's fangs, each no bigger than my own fist, munch deliriously into her side, and with a squirt of blood, she is brought down writhing. The creature's lips roll back over the fangs to fix like suckers on the girl's side, and in the space of no more than 10 seconds, he drains her. His body pulsates as great gulps of blood are drawn into his focus, contracting the monster's body. His innards groan and growl with satisfaction as the girl withers like a leaf before our eyes. The frog watches from the sidelines, a picture of quiet terror. Does he see himself in the place of the girl? Perhaps. I do not know. Litherlax gorges for another full minute, draining the girl of every last possible drop. The gears turn in my head, piecing together all the information that I have available, creating a plan as best as I can. The frog, despite his nerves, finds the courage to clear his throat and to interrupt. My lord, the children, the surface dwellers. They will be here soon, sure. Litherlax grunts and disconnects with a shower of droplets of blood. He raises his head to the ceiling, quivering as his sucker-like mouth throbs in pleasure. The girl's corpse tumbles from the table to join another on the grassy floor. He laughs, he chortles, and his segments shiver and quake. Oh, for Harlan, worry not. I smelled the surface dwellers the moment they arrived. He swivels, and his dark, wet mouth now points precisely this way. My blood chills in its veins. They are already here. Litherlax darts suddenly forward, and with a burst of adrenaline, Anna and I scramble to the side, running out into the hall as Litherlax knocks into the statue. It totters, but does not fall. Surface dwellers, victims to be, how good of you to deliver yourselves to me. I am most great. On, I muttered. Get to the lever, bring down Dylan's cave. Yes, on. Litherlax laughs and taunts as he slithers around us like an oozing leviathan, knocking bodies beyond count to the floor as he moves over the table and blocks Anna's path to the wall. Get to the leg. What can you hope to achieve in my halls, children? You are outmatched and outclassed. You have wandered to your doom by pause and fright and worry that perhaps the great leech might well be right. I look at my hands at Anna's. Our weapons will do little against this thing. A bat and a hockey stick, blunt instruments. The body of Litherlax would need to be pierced to be seriously harmed, and the only one of us with a weapon of any sharpness at all is Tyler, who chose the path on the left. I look at Anna, and she looks back and sees the determination in my eyes. The plan still holds, they say, and she gives me a brief, almost imperceptible nod. I sidestep away from her, throat wet and moist with the thickness of the air, and I force out a string of taunts. You disgust me, Litherlax. Why do you lurk down here in the depths? You only ever take one child at a time. Are you ashamed? Is that it? Ashamed of surface dwellers seeing you for what you really are? A common leech loaded behind its palace? I see the frog tense up against the wall in dismay. Litherlax bubbles and froths with indignation, turning his full attention to me as Anna steps slowly but deliberately around him, past the table of bodies, and steadily over to the wall. The frog sees her approach but dares not to speak for fear of breaking the tension and drawing the focus of Litherlax's rage. How dare you? Litherlax blusters, his body bulging and his head dropping almost to my level. His sucker-like mouth pulsates angrily, leaking ooze to the floor by my feet. His breath reeks of iron and blood. Do you see how I drain my latest meal? I could do the same to you now with ease. I hold my ground, sweat leaking down my back. He pauses. But I must admit, to make it this far, to stand against such power and strength with such boldness, I respect that. As much as I might pretend otherwise, I will give you one final chance. Turn tail and return to the surf. Turn around now and never come back. This sudden change in demeanor sends my alarm bells ringing. I don't buy it for a second. This supposed random compassion, this creature who steals children from the surface, drains them of all their blood, and leaves them strewn about his halls. I have seen his speed and his strength. Yes, I don't doubt that he has the power to drain me in seconds, if he so chose. But he hasn't, has he? I glance up to the cage suspended by its chain. Dylan looks down at me, silent but eyes wide, hands gripped tight around the bars, and nor has Litherlax drained Dylan. I glance from the statues of Litherlax to his enormous throne to the cowering body of her Harlan, the artist frog. I consider the portraits in their hundreds lining the walls of Litherlax's below Puddle Pond mansion home. It's his pride, that's why he can't bring himself to drain me, and his pride will be his downfall. Anna is reached for Harlan, and the frog at last can't contain himself any longer. My lord, he croaks desperately, ducking to avoid the smack of Anna's hockey stick against the wall behind him. "Bundu it, Anne," I shout to her, keeping my eyes firmly on Litherlax. If he has eyes for himself, I cannot see them. Litherlax pays the commotion no mind, and I address my next words to him as Anna pulls the lever and turns the wheel. Dylan's cage rattles down the chain and drops opening at the base, and our friend falls down onto the corpses below with a grunt. Litherlax, I begin. And Litherlax, you liar. You can hate this monster as much as you might want to. You can't eat us now, can you? You just can't, because we haven't been immortalized as portraits, as trophies for your gallery. God forbid you lose track of your conquest. Litherlax sees, raising himself up to his full height, but I continue, fist clenched and leg shaking. What if you were to go right ahead and drain us right here and now? Would your frog servant be able to complete the portraits, having seen us so little? You would screw them up, sure? They would be wrong. Embarrassing mistakes, permanent reminders of the children who dared to come down and face you, invading your lair. I nod to Dylan now by my side, cowering from the great leech. We've destroyed Dylan's work in progress. I lie thinking about the picture currently rolled up in Anna's jacket. Does Harlan possess the talent to start from scratch using nothing but his own memory? I shoot an icy glare to the frog across the room, and he cowers back as if stricken with a blow. Anna has begun to make her way around the edge of the room. The walls shake. Alpha so, I think we're done here. Litherlax, we'll be on our way now. Litherlax throbs for a moment more, and then screams down towards us. Hot and blood-rich watery air sends blasting across our faces. I should drain you now for your insolence. How dare you? How dare you? He splutters and rises angrily, slamming his tail across the table and knocking a myriad of bodies to the grass. Respect is a two-way street, you disgusting Lee. I reply levelly. Litherlax rises and rages, but he does not strike, and I can only presume that my theory holds. I reach out for Anna's hand, and I haul Dylan up to his feet by the back of his shirt, and together we back our way out from the hall. Fine, fine. Consider yourselves escapees if you will. Enjoy your victory at last. You may be spared the fate of my power, children of the surface, but the pond folk will have you. They will tear you apart as pond scum and feast upon your bones. So go to them, and reap your reward. Litherlax swivels and pulsates, slithering his way back to the throne. His tail whips back and slams into the wall, leaving a dent into a deep, dark stain. The ground rumbles, and the pond folk approach. Guys, Dylan begins, his voice rich with gratitude and surprise. But there is no time, not now. We just ran us three back the way we came. It's harder now to retrace our steps, but we do our best, running from corridor to corridor as the general roar and rumble that one associates with crowds grows louder and louder ahead. We hear shouting and panic and clamor, corner after corner. And there, at the statue of the toad with the scales, lies Tyler. He has his arm thrown around the girl, and they cower together in the center of a commotion. He had found her. A ring of creatures surrounds them. They are angry and frustrated and scared. Some as big as me, some smaller, some larger. Tyler turns to us at the sound of our approach, bruised and jaw clenched tight. The air once again seems thick, far too thick. It's curious how it comes and goes. Bubbles drift up from the disturbed grass to the misty ceiling, and I do my best to ignore them. Tyler is unarmed, and after another second of scanning the crowd, it reveals his hammer is held tightly in the hand of a newt, raised and poised as if about to strike. The newt, along with his comrades, turn to regard us, his yellow eyes bulging, his pupils narrowing and widening with uncertainty. Intruders, he whispers, and the word is echoed amongst the others. The frogs and toads and turtles, an enormous fish suspended impossibly above the ground and floating in place, raises a fin, her mouth gaped open. You think we can't feel it? She splutters. The tension in the water, Litherlax, is disturbed, and it's all your fault. Who will he take out his anger upon, I ask you? Who? A murmur of agreement ripples around the group. At the mention of water, I see a stream of bubbles rise up from Tyler's mouth. He screws his eyes tight shut in concentration. I watch him regain control of his breathing. The girl clutches tight to his arm. Let us pass, pondful, I say to them in a loud voice. Let us go on our way. Look, I don't want to fight you. And we won't. Anna interrupts. I turn to her, as do all the eyes in the room. She steps forward and drops her hockey stick to the ground. We aren't so different. Really, we aren't. The tension is palpable, but they hold her words, and she continues. Please, just let us go. We are sorry for disturbing you, for disturbing all of you, but we had no choice, and Livilax is weak, weaker than he pretends. He cannot paint for himself his trophies. He needs your skills for that. The creatures look down to their hands, webbed in long grain and gray. He might be large now, but he relies upon the blood of his victims to grow, blood that he struggles to drain before his conquest is immortalized. If he can't get his meals, he will shrink, and he can't get his meals if the paintings are never completed. He is bound by his pride. They look at each other, these creatures from below. There is a general murmur of unease, of cautious hope. Foolish girl, says the nude. He pushes aside his fellows and steps from the circle. If we try to hold Leatherlax back from his prey, he will turn on us. He will drain us dry in their flesh. Has he ever? Is there even a single painting of one of your kind in this entire mansion? The newt stirs. I can see the watery cogs turn fast in his brain. He doesn't need portraits for us. We aren't worthy of the title of trophy. We don't need to be painted. Surely. But he doesn't sound convinced. He just doesn't know. He doesn't know for sure. Please, Anna urges, stepping forward and taking his slippery hands in hers. Just let us go. Just this time. The newt does not respond, but slowly, ever so slowly. As if fighting against his own instincts, he steps to one side, and following his lead, the others do the same. Silently they part, and a path opens up through the crowd center. Tyler is back on his feet. He clutches tight to the girl's hand, and the five of us quietly make our way through the pond folk. We pass them all by creature after creature, and we leave them behind. And then, once the corner has been rounded, we run. We ran for the final time. Back along the corridors, back past the rooms, back through the dining room, and back through the hall with the snake's pedestal, back past the portraits. Painting after painting. I detect from the portraits a faint smell of blood that I hadn't noticed before. And just as exhaustion threatens to take a hold, the stairs appear in our sights at the end of the hall. The grand stone steps. A little further, I call out. Just a little further, and before we know it, we feel the hard stone of the stairs beneath our feet. Up we climb, and we feel the rush of the bubbles grow stronger now, irresistibly strong. They rush about our ears and blur our vision, struggling to breathe. Now I can only push forward, handheld with someone else. I can't tell who is in the madness of climbing, and with a sudden gasp of cool night air, the puddle is behind me. I become instantly aware that I am drenched to the bone, and stagger from the puddle with my hair in my eyes, leaking down my face. I stumble and slip, crashing down with a grunt back into the water that now is surely no more than a few inches deep. I feel the rough, wet, stony earth of the ground against my hands beneath. I turn over onto my back and push my hair from my eyes, spitting out a mouthful of pond water, panting, and I see them, Anna and Tyler, and the girl that he had rescued from below, and Dylan, alive and safe. I grin at the boy, and he grins right back. Anna squeezes him into a hug, and Tyler does much the same. "Jeezy," comes a voice from behind. It's one of the trio, the kids tasked with guarding the pond. They did their best. I know that they would have held back the creatures for as long as they could. I turn to face him, and as I do so, the girl that we saved runs straight from the water right into his arms. The remaining teenagers stare with their mouths wide open as the two emotionally embrace, and it becomes clear to me that the two are siblings. It's obvious, really, when you think to look. Affa, he chokes. I never thought that I would see you again. I am sorry. I am so sorry. I should have come for you myself if I had any idea that you would still be alive." He trails off and breaks down into sobs, and we watch as the moon appears from behind a cloud, bathing the dripping girl and her brother in its cool and silvery light. Movement to my right catches my eye. I look down to the grass. There sits a little frog. It regards me in silence, its neck swelling and contracting, the light of the moon shining as sparkles in the corners of its eyes. And then it hops down into the water and promptly disappears. Underscore. It's been almost 2 months since then, and no more kids have disappeared. The teenager, who blamed himself for Dylan's disappearance, has taken it upon himself to set up dedicated groups and patrols. "No one walks alone," he proclaimed, and to this day he's kept his promise. Dylan's fine. He worries that he'll never be able to truly repay the debt that he owes us, despite our constant reassurances that he owes us no debt at all. And Litherlax? I do not know if the pond folk ever conducted their uprising, but the seeds have at least been sown, and no one's seen or heard from him since.